Good afternoon and welcome to this presentation of Concordia University Chicago Athletics, the final home event of the 2020-21 school year. It's been a long, eventful year. We've had a very busy spring here at CUC with all of the sports kind of getting jammed into one season, but we have reached the end, and today we've got a doubleheader for you at the Thunderdome between the CUC baseball team and the Rockford University Regents. Big implications today. The final spot in the NAC playoffs is on the line this weekend. I'm Alex Campbell alongside Justin Bjorseth here at the Thunderdome, bringing you this CUC baseball season finale home doubleheader. Let's take a quick look at the starting lineups. Well, I should say the starting lineup, the batting order for Rockford today. Leading off is number 2, Hunter Fiorito. Batting second, number 34, Jared Herzog. Batting third, number 16, Christian Garcia. In the cleanup spot, number 25, Phil Highland. Batting fifth, number 9, Troy Tucci. Batting sixth is number 5, Peyton McCrae. Batting seventh is number 22, Isaac Mestis. Batting eighth is number 1, Zach Hunter. And batting ninth is number 19, Tyler Peak, defensively for the Cougars. Kevin Garcia does the catching. Brody Mariotti is at first. Bryce Vincent is at second. Matt Uba is at short. Jaime Sandoval starts at third. Aiden Donovan is in right. Nathan Dewey is in center. Gary Maynard is in left. And on the mound, the ace of the Cougars pitching staff, senior, number 45, Cole Carmen. And Justin, bringing you into the broadcast here, we saw last week Cole have his longest outing of his long and decorated CUC career, in terms of pitches at least, with 118 last week at Aurora. And he's going to have to shake off any rust from that, because this is a big game right here at the start of this 4-game set to determine that final playoff spot.
Yeah, like you mentioned, last weekend he went on Sunday's half of the doubleheader. Today, in the season's final series, head coach Colin Connor electing to set the tone with, as you mentioned, the ace of the staff in Cole Carmen. So you got to think a little bit of a different feel for him when he knows that he's starting a series off. You know, every game is obviously its own deal, but
absolutely
knowing he can set the tone for the weekend right here.
That's a foul ball by the leadoff man. This is Hunter Fiorito playing in his 30th game of the season, a .296 average batter, 401 on base, so he does walk quite a bit. 3 home runs, 16 RBIs, but the main thing to watch for with Fiorito, he is 15 for 19 in stolen bases this season, among the conference leaders in bags snatched, and it's a quick 0-2 count from Cole Carmen. Cole on the season, making his 8th start and 9th appearance. He is 4-3, a .551 ERA in 50 2/3 innings pitched, 48 strikeouts to just 8 walks. The 0-2. Swung on and missed, and he's got his first strikeout of the day, and an ideal beginning for the Cougars and for Carmen.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable out there so far. I still can't get over 19 stolen base attempts is quite a bit, let alone 15 of them being successful. That means he's running just about any time he's on base and there's no one in front of him.
Absolutely. Jared Herzog, freshman from Ottawa, Illinois, is the number 2 hitter. He takes ball 1. Herzog, one of the best hitters in what's not been a particularly strong offense for Rockford this season. In 34 games, he's hitting .308 and .844 OPS, 1 home run, 19 driven in. The 1-0 from Cole Carmen is grounded up the middle into center field for a base hit.
He went down and got that one. Carmen made a good pitch, hit his spot low in the zone.
That'll bring up the catcher, Christian Garcia. Garcia in 33 games this season, hitting .316, a .994 OPS, 9 home runs, 39 RBIs. So he is the power threat in this lineup for the Regents. How will Carmen deal with him first time around here? Runner at first, 1 down. First pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Clouds starting to blow out here. We've got some scattered blue sky in River Forest this afternoon, hoping for a beautiful day of baseball.
Little chillier than last weekend, but
it's a little cold for spring, but will take the sunshine as that's low again, 2-0. The runner at first, Herzog, 6 for 7 on stolen bases this season. So a willing, if not a frequent runner. The 2-0 from Carmen is chopped back to the mound to second for 1. It's off the glove of Matt Uba. And that's probably going to be listed as an error. The question is on who. But could have been a double play for the Cougars, and it's not. Cougars could have been, maybe should have been out of the inning there, and I think both Cole Carmen and Matt Uba will know it. Let's bring up the cleanup man, Phil Highland.
For anyone watching and following at home, but without following along on the live stats, for right now, that's going E1.
I think that's fair. I think, the throw's a bit offline. This is driven left center field. No big win to deal with today, and in the end, Gary Maynard comfortably makes the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, I think, Uba did get a glove on it, but it was when you have all that time.
The throw should have been to the other side of the bag, for one thing, if you want to set up the double play, ideally. I think they both could have done better, but again, you got to start with Matt Uba would not have been in a position to drop the ball if the throw had been more accurate.
Yeah, we've talked on here all throughout the year about the simplicity of just knowing what you want to do with the ball if it's hit to you. A lot of times, the pitcher, they're not on the mound actively thinking about that because they're dealing with so much else. So Carmen gets the ball right back to him. Taylor made double play, and it looked like he kind of was a little hesitant as to what to do.
Well, he looked to first. He knew he made the right decision. He knew he had time to go to second and that the lead runner was the most important thing, double play or not. Still might get out of this inning unscathed, however. 2 on, 2 outs, and an 0-1 count. Swung on and missed on a ball in the dirt, 0-2. Mentioned 48 strikeouts in 7 starts this season. Not too shabby for Cole Carmen, who is returning next season. Is electing to use the additional year of optional eligibility due to the pandemic. And has an 0-2 count here against Tucci. And he'll step off the rubber out of some concern for the runner at second base.
The Rockford dugout enjoyed that one.
Well, they know they've got a tough customer here today in Carmen, and that 5.51 ERA is a little deceiving, because he gave up a career-high 9 earned runs last week at Aurora when he threw those 118 pitches. So outside of that start, he's been excellent this year. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And that ends the inning. 2 strikeouts for Carmen. No runs allowed. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Here come the Cougars. Cougars coming to bat here. Let's take a quick look at the batting order for CUC. Gary Maynard leads it off, followed by Nathan Dewey, Kevin Garcia, and then Brody Mariotti cleaning things up. Matt Uba bats 5th, Bryce Vincent 6th, Caleb Anderson 7th, Jaime Sandoval is 8th, and Aiden Donovan wraps it up at 9th. The starting pitcher today for Rockford is number 21, Christian Piercy. This is his 9th start, a 2-2 record, a 3.91 ERA in 48 and a third, 54 strikeouts to 18 walks as he starts out Gary Maynard with strike one. And Gary, in the last game he played, or last games he played last Sunday, hit 2 home runs in the same game. So looking to keep that up today as that's high and wide, 1-1. Rockford defensively, Christian Garcia does the catching. Peyton McCray is at first. Phil Highland is at second. Hunter Fiorito is at short. Zach Hunter is at third. Right field is Isaac Mestis. Tyler Peak is in center. And Troy Tucci is in left, as that is outside. 2-2 to Maynard. Gary, always a very patient hitter. Of course, as you've probably heard by this time several times if you've watched our games, no player in all of college baseball gets hit with baseballs more than Gary does, and he is called out here on strikes.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
Nathan Dewey comes to the plate, making his 11th start of the season. A .344 batter, but an OPS over 1,200. It's not a huge sample size, but 2 home runs, 9 RBIs, and a triple. First pitch on the outside corner. One and one now from Piercy, who's got quite the elaborate delivery here out of the full windup. Ground ball by Dewey to short is fielded by Fiorito to first and in time for out number 2.
Now to bat the catcher, number 21, Kevin Garcia.
That'll bring up Kevin Garcia, another really good hitter in not every game, about half of them this season. Battled some injuries. This is his 14th start of the year. He's batting .353. with an OPS just north of 1,000. 4 home runs, 15 driven in. The windup from Piercy is low and outside, ball 1.
Yeah, a little shakeup in the lineup today. We usually see Maynard, Mariotti, and Garcia as the 3-4-5 when Garcia is in the lineup, like you mentioned. Maynard back to the leadoff spot where he began the year, and we've seen him there a little bit more recently, sprinkled in at the top. And Garcia batting in front of Mariotti.
The 1-1 is outside. Brody, who we'll see next, second now in the nation, in the conference, in home runs and RBIs. Bushnell from Benedictine has taken the lead in both those categories. Look at that, is quite the curveball that Piercy's got going. We've seen him drop it in for a strike a couple of times, but that's the first time I think a Cougar took an attempt at it and wasn't pretty.
That had more movement than any pitch I've seen up here all year, I think.
Hard chopper to third is a tough play and is bobbled. Fiorito's going to make a throw anyway, but that just ate up Zach Hunter down at third base. That's going to be an E5.
First baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
A tough hop, but got in front of it and could not make the play, and that will allow the inning to continue for Brody Mariotti. Brody on the season, some eye-popping offensive numbers, .369 batting average, .784 slugging, 12 home runs, 44 RBIs, and 10 doubles.
Yeah, and these are the kind of moments in a big series like this especially where you have to make Rockford pay.
There's a pass ball, and there's a great example. Active base running by Garcia gets him into scoring position. And like you were about to say, I think, Justin, an error with 2 outs, a ball that should have ended the inning. This is an opportunity for the Cougars.
Yeah, not only a ball that should have ended the inning, but now all of a sudden the Cougars' best run producer is at the plate with a runner in scoring position. Piercy made the pitch to get himself out of the inning. He may have done so again.
Fiorito, that's a slow grounder. That's a nice defensive play. He gets Mariotti. That's out number 3. Scoreless through the first as we head to the second here at the Thunderdome. Peyton McRae to start off the second inning here at CUC. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you from the Thunderdome. The final weekend of sports here at CUC for the semester. Saw lots of students moving out of their dorms on my way onto campus today. It is that time of year, as this is outside a fastball to start things off in the inning from Cole Carmen.
Yeah, this morning it was kind of weird. Obviously, the parking garage on Saturdays and Sundays when we're here is usually empty, especially compared to weekdays, but today was by far the most empty I've seen it. You can definitely tell that winding down on the year.
Yeah, you and I were two of only
off campus.
Yeah, it's you and I were two of only 5 or 6 cars.
Yeah, the entire first row was literally nothing. I was like, wow, you had the 2 Concordia vans, and that was it.
This is flown in the air, center field. Dewey floats back, then takes a couple steps in and makes the catch for out number 1. Wait.
Home plate umpire.
Home plate umpire says he's out. The field umpire says he's safe. I didn't see him drop it. Did you? And now we're going to have a discussion here between the coach and the umpire.
Colin's already out on the field, too. So I took my eyes off it because I typed F8 in the stats program.
I did, too.
Here.
I saw him under it, and then when I looked up, there was a runner standing on second base. That's we're getting a word here that he did, so that we're hearing that he dropped it. The question is, did the home plate umpire see it? Shout out to Ryan McGee, one of our assistants.
He's out.
And they're going to call him out. So that's officially going to be an F8. This is a different example of the Cougars having to take advantage. You don't have a runner on second when maybe you should, as that'll bring up Isaac Mestis. Mestis on the season, 24 games, a .227 hitter, 8 RBIs, and 4 doubles. Cole Carmen will take that for sure, and this is inside ball 1.
Yeah, that's an interesting start to the second inning here. And here we are, the final game of the season, and again we see something we haven't seen the entire year, which it seems like every game there's at least one thing the umpires get together to discuss that no one really knows the right call to. This was another one of these situations.
It's odd, though, to see you've got 2 umpires on the field, one of whom is literally half the distance to the event, and he gets overruled. But it's neither here nor there. The Cougars will take the out. The 1-1 pitch from Cole Carmen is a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, I found that interesting as well. The home plate umpire overruled the umpire who was pretty much at second base, and that ball was in shallow center field.
The 1-2 pitch is fouled hard over the netting here down the right side. Look out.
Yeah, that had a lot of might on it. That's going near the tennis courts.
Tennis team, after having their entire season canceled, which is really unfortunate for them. They'll be back in action next fall.
Looking forward to a normal fall, Alex.
Absolutely. This is a ground ball to Bryce Vincent at second, takes his time, and throws to first for out number 2. Yeah, trying to think. As I mentioned, today will be our last broadcast of the school year. Trying to think what is likely to be the first thing back. Obviously, football in the fall, soccer in the fall. We'll have to see who gets to claim that first home event of the year. As this is on the outside corner. That outside corner has been wide so far in these first 3 half innings, and Cole Carmen's certainly aware of it as he hits it with a fastball for strike 1.
Pitchers aren't complaining. We're not complaining. I assume the coaches aren't complaining. He's going right back there.
And changes the speeds. And Hunter didn't see that coming. He's quickly behind 0-2. Zach Hunter this season playing in his 24th game, a .254 hitter. Every hit he's had this season was a single.
A model of consistency.
Certainly not a power threat here out of the 8 spot. The 0-2 from Cole Carmen is just high, ball 1.
Thought he might get him there. Thought he might get the hook. Not as much wiggle room moving up and down in the zone as there is moving outside and inside too. Even the call struck 3 on Gary Maynard too.
A 1-2 from Carmen. Did he hit the outside corner? He just missed it. It's a good pitch though. Just off the plate, and you know Hunter's not going to get there if he swings.
And it's just, again, just a really good sign that even though he didn't get the call, he threw that exactly.
The command is there.
To throw it.
The 2-2 is in the dirt. Check swing. He did not go, and we've got a full count. Credit to Hunter for working this all the way full. 2 outs here in the second inning. No one on. No score here at the Thunderdome. A pivotal weekend series between the Cougars and Rockford. 2 of 3 teams battling for one spot in the NAC playoffs. The 3-2 pitch is grounded to Vincent at second. He will make the play and throw to first for out number 3 to end the inning. In the end, it's 1-2-3 from Rockford, and we will head to the bottom of the second, still scoreless here at CUC.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 6, Matthew Uba.
Matt Uba to lead off the second inning for the Cougars. Matt has started every game this season, 33 for 33, a .323 batter on the year, 432 on base, 884 OPS, 2 home runs, 24 RBIs, and he has scored 30 runs, and he takes ball 1 from Piercy. Piercy, who got through the first inning in 15 pitches, has this elaborate turning windup, and Uba fouls that off for strike 1. The 1-1 pitch from Piercy is fouled back again, 1-2. Christian Piercy, a 6'4 senior from Tucson, Arizona, making the 19th start of his career. Transferred from Pima Community College after 1 season, but this is his 4th year as a Regent. Another foul by Uba. Count remains 1-2. And another foul ball from Uba. 4 in a row.
4 in a row. He's battling up there. I think I'm going to really be interested to see what happens the second time through the order for the Cougars, once, because his delivery is so unique.
As that's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Yeah, the ball's disguised. You really probably struggle to see it out of his hand.
The second baseman, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
That'll bring up Bryce Vincent, starting for the 17th time this season. .278 average on the year, 1 home run, and 11 RBIs for the sophomore from Algonquin. And he got the curveball, grounds it to short. Fiorito, long throw, pulls the first baseman off the bag. And an infield hit for Bryce Vincent. A slow roller placed well.
Now to bat the designated hitter, number 25, Caleb Anderson.
It'll bring up Caleb Anderson. Anderson making his 19th start. A .311 hitter. .762 OPS. Also, like Vincent, 1 home run and 11 ribbies. Has a triple on the season as well. So Vincent aboard here with 1 down. See how aggressive the Cougars want to be on the base paths here in the second inning. Now that they've got Piercy out of the stretch. First pitch is popped up by Anderson. Shallow left field. Coming on to make the catch is Tucci.
Now to bat the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
That'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. Jaime making the first start of the season, and I believe maybe the first start of his CUC career. I'll have to double check that. Sophomore from Oak Lawn. Has appeared in 7 games this season. He is 1 for 6 at the plate. That 1 hit was a double, and he has also walked 3 times. First pitch from Piercy is a strike.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it during the last at-bat with Anderson, who ended up swinging it at the first pitch. I expect to see Vincent go sometime in this at-bat if the trend of the season holds that this team is going. It's balk.
Now, balk has been called on Piercy, and we see he's got really complex footwork when he's out of his full windup, and it's interesting there, and he's going to have a conversation with the umpire about this. He does not agree at all.
And nor does his coach. It doesn't appear.
I didn't see anything that looked like a balk to me.
Normally, one of us would have said out loud, that's a balk. As soon as we saw it happen.
And fair to say that Rockford coach Bob Koopman is probably not thrilled with the home plate umpire already in this game. Not only this balk call, but that dropped ball in center field earlier that was called an out after confusion between the umpires. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the call is going to be here or exactly what the umpire saw. I did not see a balk. His stretch motion's a lot less complex than his windup, and so it's odd to see it there. But, hey, the Cougars will take it. Bryce Vincent advances to second base here. It's an 0-1 count to Jaime Sandoval.
Second time in as many innings for the Cougars to have a runner on second base with 2 outs.
And Sandoval looked to be really aggressive there, a 2-out bunt maybe, but he fouls it off, so now it's 0-2. That would have been a curious decision there.
If you see something in the infield you like, I know certainly none of the infielders are playing up expecting a bunt.
No, the second baseman in particular was almost on the outfield grass. 0-2.
It's going to take a while for him to get to first base if it's the first baseman who needs to come in to make the play.
1-2 now to Sandoval. Got 4 at-bats last weekend, went 1 for 4, including that double and walked twice, so he's had an increased presence down the stretch here. And he flies this in the air, center field, drifting back and now in and making the catch for out number 3 is Tyler Peak. That will end the inning. We'll go to the third, still scoreless.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 19, Tyler Peak.
Tyler Peak into the batter's box for the first time today, the number 9 hitter in this order, playing in his 20th game. A 273 hitter on the season, but his OPS is up at 937, so he gets on base plenty, and when he does get hits, they make an impact. 4 RBIs on the year, and squared to bunt and then took strike 1. Peak in his second season here with Rockford after transferring from McHenry Community College is now behind 0-2 to Cole Carmen. Carmen going after his third strikeout, his first time through the order. Each team with a hit and an error so far in the game, but that's it. The 0-2. is barely fouled off by Peak.
Yeah, he went down to get that one. It sounded like he even kind of fouled it off the plate.
Mm-hmm.
Good two-strike approach.
Peak last weekend played in all 4 games for Rockford as they took 3 from Dominican to get themselves back in contention here in the NAC South. And now Rockford want their balk. They're not going to get one here.
Hard to get a balk with no one on base. I would tell them that.
Hey, B+ for effort. Another 0-2 from Carmen is outside. Ball 1. The 1-2 pitch is off the hands and down the first base line and foul. The count will stay 1-2. Rockford have a few what I'll call lanky guys on this team. Tyler Peak is listed at just 130 pounds, 5'10". Peak, a sophomore from Woodstock, Illinois. Faces another 1-2 pitch. And again, it's off the hands and fouled down the left field line. You mentioned it a couple pitches ago, Justin. He's got quite the two-strike approach going here.
Yeah, he's very hard to strike out. He is. He isn't even that last one. He's not even trying to hit these balls fair. He's just trying not to get called out on strikes. He's trying to put a bat on until he sees a pitch more to his liking.
Cole Carmen now over 30 pitches, working hard here, 1-2 again. It's a chopper, too short. Matt Ubo will field it. Double clutch, throw to first is not in time. And an infield single. And I mentioned he's only 130 pounds, but he can move, Tyler Peak.
Yeah, he got down the line pretty fast. Ubo was playing back a little bit. Didn't take an aggressive charge on it. Waited, didn't let the ball play him, which was good. But then, yeah, Peak was flying down the line, and he plays center field, so you know that he can run. You know he can move a little bit.
So the leadoff man aboard, back to the top of the order for Hunter Fiorito, who struck out his first time up. And he swings and misses on an attempted bunt. And I was expecting we'd see a bit of small ball this weekend, given how fine the margins might be as these two teams battle with Dominican for that final postseason slot.
Yeah, you're doing everything you can. Every run, every base matters this weekend, now more than ever. And, yeah.
And taking 0-2 now, sorry.
As we've seen, they have good speed aboard. It's a good player to move into scoring position.
Peak is 5 for 5 on stolen bases this season. Not a guy who's on base a ton, but clearly a threat when he is. Carmen ahead here, 0-2. That is just inside, ball 1. Carmen checking the runner. The 1-2, the runner goes, and it's fouled away. Another battle here for Carmen.
It was a very good jump at first by Peak. He had second base easily if that ball was not fouled off.
Plenty of noise coming from the Rockford dugout. 1-2 here to Fiorito. An excellent runner, as we talked about when he came up the first time. Takes time here. The 1-2 is chopped to third. It's off the glove of Sandoval and into left field. Would have been a tough play. And it's back-to-back hits here for Rockford to begin the third.
Yeah. Both came in at-bats that featured at least one foul ball with 2 strikes. And then they ended up getting a hit. So Really good approach from these Rockford hitters. They've been seeing two-strike pitches well, fouling them off, keeping at bats alive, and now they've given themselves a golden opportunity to push across the first run of this game.
That'll bring up Herzog. He singled to center his first time up, and he takes down and in for ball one. And both batters that Cole Carmen had 0-2.
Yeah. So, that's in the sense that that's a good sign for Cole that he's working ahead.
It's a credit to Rockford that they've been able to turn at-bats that started so poorly for them into base hits. The first big test of Carmen in this game, 1-0. He's lined into left field, base hit, and Gary Maynard will come up throwing. The runner will be held. That was a smart decision. That was a bullet of a throw on line.
He had a lot behind that one.
But 3 consecutive singles to begin the inning have the bases loaded and nobody out. And here is Christian Garcia, who has 9 home runs and 39 driven in this season, and that is going to result in a meeting on the mound to talk things over.
Yeah, not an ideal situation whatsoever here right now.
Good speed aboard as well. Peak is at third. Fiorito is at second. Herzog at first. And as I mentioned, really the one power bat in this lineup, Christian Garcia, the junior from Maricopa, Arizona, 6'2", 230, transferred from Mesa Community College before coming to Rockford. He's now playing in his 91st game, 12 home runs, 69 RBIs in his career. So if they can get him out here and not allow any runs, that would be big for Cole Carmen.
Corners in, up the middle, double play depth. A lot of room to shoot one through the infield on either side.
Garcia will take,
which is
for
what the
strike
last
one.
2 hits have been.
Oh, 1 now. Is swung on and missed, strike 2. And so now here's the test for Cole Carmen. He's had 2 batters 0-2 in this inning. He's got to get Garcia out.
Yeah, and that was a hesitant swing from Garcia there.
Well, he saw halfway home, I think, that it was a breaking ball that he had no chance of touching.
So that means he's guessing up there and not necessarily guessing correctly.
Carmen, 0-2 to Garcia. This is lined into center field, base hit. 1 run will score. And that second runner is going to be held, but it's a 4th consecutive single, and Rockford takes the lead.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 25, Phil Highland.
And the last 2 have been hit significantly harder than the first couple of hits.
Absolutely. Phil Highland comes in. Highland flew out to left field his first time up. And now if you're Carmen and the Cougars, your task now is to prevent the big inning.
Yeah, it's very early in this game. We've mentioned wanting to see the Cougar bats go through the order a second time.
As this is flown into right field, Donovan coming on to make the catch. Runner tagging from third is Fiorito, and he will score to make it 2-0.
Now to bat the left fielder, number 9, Troy Tucci.
That'll bring up Troy Tucci. The runner's now on the corners, 1 down. Tucci struck out his first at bat. Got to remember, though, this is a Rockford team who, going into last weekend, looked totally out of the picture in the NAC, and then they, against the odds, took 3 of 4 from Dominican to play themselves right back into contention this weekend.
Yeah, neither of these teams in control of their own destiny, but
a bunt at home. It's going to be a squeeze to the plate, and he's safe. And I think Garcia ran into Carmen.
He did, and that's just a case of it was a very heads-up play from Garcia because I thought he was going to let that ball go foul. Now he picked it up knowing he had to play at the plate, which he did. Carmen was there covering, also where he was supposed to be.
And if I saw correctly, Garcia's glove went right into Cole Carmen's left ankle and prevented the tag from being made. And so that's now 3-0 Rockford, still only one down on the squeeze play executed to perfection by Troy Tucci. That'll bring up Peyton McCray.
Yeah, I don't think Carmen expected Garcia to make the play he did.
I think he expected a toss to home. You're right, he was in the right spot as this is flown into right center field. Donovan drifting back will make the catch from out number two. For out number two, and the runners will not move. That was close, and a heads-up play by Matt Uba, almost double off a runner. So 2 outs, runners at first and second, and that will bring up Isaac Mestis.
Now to bat the right fielder, number 22, Isaac Mestis.
Mestis in his first at-bat, grounded out to Bryce Vincent at second. Carmen checking on second base where both Uba and Vincent are hanging around. The first pitch is in the dirt for ball one.
I think in a game like this, 4 runs is officially when you cross the threshold of the big inning.
Yes, I think the standards are a little different because, we expected these games to be really tight and competitive this weekend. So that feels about right. And Cole Carmen with a chance here to limit the damage to 3. The 1-0 pitch is on the outside corner for strike one. Lots of noise again coming from the Rockford dugout to the third base side. The 1-1 pitch from Carmen is just outside, ball 2.
Yeah, that dugout, and we've touched on it, that dugout sounds like a team who knows that they battled themselves back into the conference tournament picture last weekend.
And they're facing a Cougars team currently on an 8-game losing streak who need to pick themselves up this weekend. The 2-1. Swung on and driven. Left field. Maynard is not going to get to this one. It is to the corner. 1 run is in. A second run around third, and there will be no play at the plate. It is a 2 RBI double for Mestis.
And now we have, in fact, crossed the threshold into the big inning.
5-0. And Zach Hunter will be the 9th batter of the inning. For Rockford, Hunter his first time up, also grounded out to Vincent to end the second inning.
See if they can't get him to end the third inning here.
First pitch, check swing. And the ump out at second base, who I always thought this is odd, doesn't really have any view of that whatsoever, calls strike 1.
I'm happy to see it call the swing because I thought it was from up here.
Yeah, I couldn't tell for sure. It was definitely close. And credit to Kevin Garcia for appealing. Oh, 1. Throw back to second is going to be close. Mestis is safe. Good throw, though, from Carmen, and well-positioned was Bryce Vincent.
Yeah, the location was good. Vincent had his glove right where it needed to be.
Now the 0-1 is a breaking ball into the zone, 0-2. Carmen with a chance to end the inning here. The 0-2 pitch is just low, ball 1. Could not have missed by much. Another check on the runner at second. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. Ball in the dirt, and that will be strike 3, and that will end the inning. But it's 5 runs in for the Regents here in the third. Cougars looking to respond in the bottom half of the inning. Aiden Donovan will make his first plate appearance of the day here to begin the third inning. Aiden this season making his 19th start, a .352 batter, a .904 OPS. He has driven in 13 runs, and he takes ball 1 from Christian Piercy, who now has a 5-run lead to work with.
Yeah, got to be a nice feeling out there on the mound knowing that your bats went and got you some insurance, or not insurance as much as just a big crooked number to get the scoring started. But like we said, a long ways to go here.
Donovan swings through that one, 1-2. For Concordia to make it into the playoffs, they need to win at least 2 of 4 this weekend, as that's way outside. With 2 wins, they would need a lot of help from IIT, who take on Dominican this weekend. If they win all 4 games, they don't need as much. That's a ground ball past the mound to second base and through the legs of the second baseman, Highland. That'll be an error, but the Cougars will take the leadoff base runner here in the third. Took an odd bounce there. I think it went off the mound.
Left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
But if you get nutmegged by a baseball, that's going to be an error every time. And that'll bring up Gary Maynard, who struck out looking his first time up. Plenty of power, though, in Gary's bat. 6 home runs, 31 runs driven in this season. And that's just off the inside corner for ball 1. And takes a strike that time on another breaking ball. Looked like a slider. We've already seen Piercy's got a couple pitches that move quite a bit. And he's been working the full arsenal. Runner goes. Piercy steps off. And Aiden Donovan is picked off. And now the ball's loose. Now the umpire is going to say that Donovan is safe.
Well, he didn't hold on to the ball at second base, so at the end of the day, Aiden Donovan gets a stolen base. That's what it's going to show up as in the scorecard. But yeah, he went to, and it's, I'm guessing Rockford's going to be unhappy with that as well. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe they'd probably be a little bit more unhappy if they didn't just get 5 runs. But obviously there was Nathan Dewey dropping the ball in center, and they didn't. That was still an out. But I think that was a lot more egregious because that's putting a tag on and not following through. I mean,
Gary Maynard has seen curveball, slider, curveball here in this at bat. And he's down 1-2. And then the fastball blows by him for strike 3.
Yeah, he did a good job setting up that fastball because Gary Maynard usually likes to feast off of the fastball.
Now to bat, center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
That'll bring up Nathan
The
Dewey.
way you work around that is by showing him everything else and throwing off his timing, and Piercy did a nice job of that.
So Dewey, who popped out to second base his first time up, has a runner on second with one out. And the pitch from Piercy is a breaking ball that swerves out of the zone for ball one. I should say on that last at bat, it was really hard to tell if those pitches inside or outside were distinctly different. Pickoff move is nice and barely safe as Donovan.
Yeah, after that, that will not be the last time we see a pickoff attempt at second base today. The Cougars almost got someone too, so both teams, I think, are.
And the umpire's now going to take time.
He's done that a few times now.
Mm-hmm.
Usually following something, I don't want to say out of the ordinary like a pickoff, but that was a close play.
Now the 1-0. That's another breaking ball, and that's a strike. And the Cougars don't seem to quite know what to do with the off-speed stuff right now from Piercy.
Yeah, he started hitting his locations with it a lot more as this game's moved along.
Now a 1-1. There's the fastball. It's outside, ball two.
Didn't miss by much.
And there was another breaking ball. That was chopped just foul. 2-2 now. The 2-2 is driven into left field, base hit. And that took a weird hop. This ball's going to go all the way to the wall. Look out. Dewey is on his horse. Dewey is headed for third, and Dewey will stand up with a triple, although it's not really going to be a triple. It's going to be a single and a couple of errors, but it's a run batted in, and the Cougars are on the board.
Now it's about the catcher, number 21, Kevin Garcia.
That is going to be a triple for him, and the reason for it is that I really don't think that the left fielder should be credited with an error. That ball took an absurd hop that I don't know how much he could have been prepared for.
And now a first swing here on I think was a changeup, and Kevin Garcia pulls that onto the track of the football field for strike one.
Maybe you disagree. I'm thinking triple for now. Everything is subject to change.
So Dewey stands at third with one out. Here's the pitch from Piercy, and it's another swing from Garcia. This one up and out of play. I don't know where he thought he was running. 0-2.
Really good sign here, though. This looks like a very energized at-bat from Kevin Garcia.
Got to be careful, though, on this pitch.
Yeah, but I'm hoping that the hope is that that play from Dewey, you get a bounce like that. Dewey was hyped when he got to third base. He hoped that resonates in the dugout and that they take the approach to the plate.
That's a high fastball. 1-2. Garcia, his first time up, reached on an error by the third baseman. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. There's that breaking ball for out number two.
Now to bat, first baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
And that'll bring up Brody Mariotti. Brody grounded out to shortstop his first time out. But an opportunity for RBI number 45 right here with Dewey standing on third base. Piercy looking to get out of this inning with just the one run allowed. Breaking ball, strike one. He's been looking to start the right-handed hitters with that breaking ball on the inside corner, and there's really nothing they can do with it.
Mariotti, He's still shaking his head. I don't know if he doesn't like the call or if he's just dumbfounded by the location of the pitch.
And there's another one. He was somewhat more ready for it, but can only foul it off, and it's 0-2.
You think he throws him a fastball here, or you think he tries to keep him off balance?
I expect a fastball up and away.
Oh, it's definitely going to be away.
The 0-2.
That's what it was. Bringing out your inner Steve Stone there.
Steve Stone currently enjoying a vacation, and it's provided a pretty cool broadcast angle with both Jason Benetti and Len Casper in a booth together. As Mariotti grounds to short again. Play is made by Fiorito. Throw to first is in time for out number 3, and that will end the inning. The Cougars do get one back, though. It's 5-1 as we head to the 4th.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 19, Tyler Peak.
Same leadoff hitter as last inning, Tyler Peak, who singled at that in that at-bat, the first of 4 consecutive singles that started the inning that saw them score 5 runs. Rockford leading 5-1 here in the top of the 4th. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you. And the first pitch of the inning from Cole Carmen is a strike. So I was saying right at the end of the last inning, if you're a White Sox fan, you've been treated to longtime Cubs play-by-play announcer and now White Sox radio voice, Len Casper, being in the booth with Jason Benetti. And those are two guys who know more about baseball than most of us will ever forget about baseball.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it a lot throughout the week, the couple games in Cincinnati and then last night in Kansas City, and I assume the remainder of the weekend in Kansas City. Yeah, just two guys who just love baseball, and they give you the fan perspective a lot, especially Jason. That's what I enjoy about them.
This is a ground ball towards second. A long move for Vincent. Makes the play. Throw to first is not in time. Quite an effort by Bryce Vincent. And Bryce Vincent a little slow back to his feet, lost his hat, but it's an infield hit. And good speed aboard again with Peak to start this inning.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
I mean, how remarkable of that for him to get over that. I look where he's playing, and he might be a little bit more toward the middle now with the double play in play, but he covered a lot of ground to get to that ball. And
oh, absolutely, no doubt. It was a heck of an effort by Vincent.
It was a way closer play than I thought it was going. Than I thought he had a chance at.
First pitch to Fiorito is a strike. Not sure if it was called or on the swing. Either way, 0-1. And Fiorito has the same question for the umpire that I do, but he actually gets to ask and get an answer.
You don't think we can stop the game and go down there so that we know up here for reference, even though it doesn't mean anything for either one of us?
Like I said earlier this season, can we get some StatCast in here?
I don't think that's asking for too much.
Sure, only like a couple of AAA ballparks even have it, but, D3 deserves it. The 0-1 is maybe just low, maybe just outside. Either way, it's ball one.
Maybe the combination of being a little bit of both didn't allow Carmen the benefit of the doubt there.
Again, Peak this season at first base is 5 for 5 on stolen bases. Carmen will throw over. Mindful of that. Peak is back safely. The Rockford dugout volume is on a trajectory today that makes me think by the 6th inning, the umpire's going to end up saying something. 1-1. This is smoked. Center field. Dewey will drift back. Dewey all the way back to the wall and makes the catch. A nice defensive play by Nathan Dewey.
Well, the first step that he took was in, and he had to go back a very long way to get to that ball. That ended up near the warning track. Credit to him.
That'll bring up Herzog, 2 singles. And talking about Dewey, last weekend was a torrid time for the outfielders with sustained winds up around 30 miles an hour.
And it was Dewey's first time out there in a while to begin with.
Right, so that was a bit of a baptism by fire. So really nice to see him in particular make that play. Carmen looking to get Herzog out for the first time today. And the first pitch is on the inside corner, strike one. One down here in the 4th. As I mentioned, Herzog back-to-back singles in his at-bats so far today. And that is low, ball one. Herzog on the season was a 308 hitter coming into today, so a slight improvement on that. Herzog, who also pitches, he's made 4 starts this season. He's got a 3.46 ERA. Probably will see him on the mound in this series. We'll have to wait and see whether that's in today's game, today's second game, or tomorrow on the road. The 1-1 off speed, 1-2. Nice pitch by Cole Carmen.
Yeah, and Herzog's reaction, he knew it was a strike.
And a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
A curveball up in the zone, I think it's fair to say, that if you told Herzog he was getting it, he could have turned on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if they had trash cans in the dugout.
It's one way to do it. This is a bloop in a short left center field, and no play to be made anywhere. That is single number 3 in some phenomenal 2-strike hitting for Herzog. And right off the bat, you knew where that ball was going to land, and you knew that no Cougar had a play on it.
Yeah. What have we called it? The Kansas City Special. It's not a hard hit ball. It's not. He didn't hit the cover off of it. It landed where no one was playing, and where no one could get to. That'll
bring up Garcia, the catcher. He has reached on an error and has an RBI single. He was the 4th of those 4 consecutive singles to begin last inning, and he takes strike 1 at the letters here. Still just 1 down in the inning, 2 Regents aboard. A long look in here for Carmen. And this is flown down the line in right field. It's a long run for Donovan. Luckily, it's foul. Count now 0-2. Garcia strides back into the batter's box. That was RBI number 40 on the season for Garcia last inning. He's behind 0-2 here. The pitch. Chopped to third. Sandoval will tag out the runner, and that's the smart thing to do. Get that lead runner. Don't try to force anything. And that's out number 2. So that is the 3rd time aboard today for Garcia, but he's only got 1 hit, an error and a fielder's choice. Now the other 2, so that'll bring up Highland. Highland, who has flown out to left and had a sac fly to right to drive in a run last inning. Cougars would certainly take a fly ball here, 2 down in the inning, and 2 runners on for Rockford. Carmen delivers, strike 1. The 0-1 from Carmen is low and outside. Ball 1. Kevin Garcia certainly putting in the work today trying to frame pitches. Carmen again checking on the runner at second base. Delivers the 1-1. This is grounded to the right side. Vincent, a long run to make this play. Tosses to first in time for out number 3. And some nice defense there by Bryce Vincent ends the inning. And in the end, no harm done. 2 runs stranded. 5-1 Rockford as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Matt Uba will lead off the inning for the Cougars. Matt struck out in his first plate appearance. So we are in the bottom of the 4th inning. And that is a first pitch strike. 0-1. And this is now chopped. Slow roller to second base. Play is made for out number 1.
Now to bat second baseman number 32, Bryce Vincent.
That'll bring up Bryce Vincent. Aboard on a single his first time up. Full windup from Piercy. Gets a swing and a miss on a breaking ball.
Yeah, Piercy, and this is not an unusual trait at all, but he is a lot more comfortable pitching from the windup than he is from the stretch. And
although this is smoked out into the left center field gap by Vincent over the left fielder's head, and it will go to the wall. Vincent will be in with a stand-up double. Got to be careful. He was almost tagged out there. That's very close. Bryce, I don't want to say he was showboating that double, but he was enjoying it a bit.
He took a big turn at second base without any intentions of actually going to third.
Now to bat the DH number 25, Caleb Anderson.
So a double with 1 out will bring up Caleb Anderson. Caleb flew out to left field his first time up. And as you mentioned, Piercy less comfortable from the stretch. How will he deal with it here? First pitch to Anderson is outside, ball one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's any less effective, but his routine and mechanics on the mound, he looks a lot more comfortable when he's from the windup.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. It's a little smoother.
Yeah, absolutely. And
that's called a strike.
I said not atypical, especially for guys who have a unique windup like he has.
Yeah, you get into the kind of the rhythm, the feel of that several step process.
Right, and he's pitched from the windup for the most part today. He hasn't spent too much time in the stretch.
And that's a strike on the low inside corner. 1-2 now to Anderson. And Anderson, did he go? That was very odd all around. Caleb Anderson was motioning as if he had just been walked. The count was 1-2. And it looked like he went.
It looked like he went. The Rockford bench was yelling, tag him, tag him, tag him.
Anyway, it's 2-2 now.
You got the appeal that we always laugh at that goes to the umpire with perhaps the worst view of it on the field as to whether or not the bat crossed the plate.
And now it's a full count. So quite an at bat here for Anderson, who technically hasn't swung yet. And he's called out on a called strike 3 for out number 2.
Now it's about the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
That'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. Flew out to center his first time. 2 outs here and an opportunity to drive in a run. And he takes a strike on the outside corner. There's that breaking ball again. Couple checks of the runner, and now a fastball that's high. One of Jaime's advantages, he's got a smaller strike zone than some of the other players. Listed, I believe, at 5'4". That's outside, ball 2.
And we've seen him in the last 3 games we've had here play all 3 infield positions besides first base, I believe.
Yeah, so he has shown his versatility here late in the season. Certainly an audition for next year as well, that process, as he takes a strike here, 2-2. Two coming. Is straight over my head. Foul ball. Today's the day, Justin. If this building's going to get hit by a baseball this season, this is the last opportunity.
This is the last chance, and I kind of just realized that as that ball shot over. It might not happen. We might go all year without it.
Another 2-2 is just outside, full count. Nice eye by Sandoval. Got a handful of Rockford parents and fans in the audience today as well, and they seem to think that was strike 3. The 3-2 is fouled down the first base line and out of play.
Nice battle here by Sandoval. Trailing by 4, that's a big run on second base. You want this inning to continue. You want as many guys to come to the plate this inning as possible and just keep chipping away.
Well, and that double by Vincent, it's the first extra base hit we've seen for the Cougars today, and you want to take advantage. That's high, ball 4, and the inning does continue as that's a pitch to a lot of players on this team. That's called strike 3, but too high to Jaime.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You literally said earlier in the at-bat, one of Sandoval's advantages is that smaller strike zone because of his height. There you go. He draws ball 4 because of it.
That'll bring up Aiden Donovan in a big spot. 2 on, 2 out.
Very nice at bat.
That is outside, ball 1. And Piercy started almost every batter off with a strike, so that's a rarity. Vincent at second, Sandoval at first. Donovan the batter, the 1-0 pitch. Taken, strike 1.
Here's a stat for you. John Means in his no-hitter the other day faced 27 batters, threw first pitch strike to 26 of them. It's a recipe. It's a winning recipe, getting ahead on hitters.
It's the rare face the minimum no-hitter.
Yeah.
Got to have at least one double play in order to do that.
We've talked about the drop third strike on the broadcast this year. It cost him a perfect game, which is
ludicrous.
I'm a fan of the drop third. I suppose I don't know anything else, but I know that it is probably the most unfortunate way to lose a perfect game.
And this is another foul ball. Count will stay 1-2. And I'd say that, it depends really how I feel about it. Kind of depends on the pitch involved. If it's from a wild pitch, I feel less bad because the batter shouldn't be swinging at that.
Right.
But if it's from a pass ball, a ball the catcher should have easily stopped, that's where it gets grayer for me. But yeah,
right.
that is unfortunate. The 4th no-hitter of the MLB season as Donovan grounds this one to second base. Play is made. Throw over to end the threat and end the inning. Cougars get 2 men on but cannot score. We head to the 5th, 5-1 Rockford. Troy Tucci to lead off the inning here. He has struck out and squeezed home squeezed home a run, bunt single back in the 3rd. Cole Carmen still on the bump. Ball 1. Pitch number 71 there from Mr. Carmen. As we always say, disclaimer, plus or minus 2 or 3.
I think today, I like to think today is about as accurate as it's been. But yeah, 70-plus pitches now.
This is a sky-high fly ball drifting into foul ground. It's a long run, and the catch not made in the end by Gary Maynard, who was on his horse there, almost made the play. Would have been impressive if he got there. In the end, it's just a foul ball.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how far that sailed foul. I thought that was going to be a routine fly-out off the bat. And instead, it goes down as nothing more than a foul ball.
So Tucci will step back in. Senior from Wooddale, Illinois. Was 8 for 15 last weekend against Dominican. Had 3 doubles in 1 game. The 1-1. And that is driven foul. And I talked about it. I said by the 6th inning, the Rockford dugout would get a warning from the umpires. That's the sort of thing I really don't like to see is the just random screams in a pitcher's windup. Anything before the pitch is thrown, most of it I'm for. But when you're just trying to screw with a guy.
No, I agree completely. I mean, I always love the banter that you get from the dugouts in this sport. But, yeah, I mean, screaming while he's getting ready to throw, like that is something I would, you expect that from fans at pro games.
Yes.
You don't expect that from a dugout.
And that is a called strike 3. So Cole Carmen starts the inning off with his fourth K of the day, excuse me.
Number 5, Peyton McCray.
That will bring up Peyton McCray. McCray has flown out twice today. The 1-0 is outside. "2-0" is in the dirt again, and the screams in his windup are back.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I can only imagine how loud and aggravating it's got to be down on the field.
Carmen now behind 3-0 against McCray. And that is ball 4. So a strikeout followed by a 4-pitch walk.
Now to bat right fielder number 22, Isaac Mestis.
That'll bring up Mestis, who has grounded out and hit a 2 RBI double. First pitch from Carmen, swung on and missed. And a big strike there for Cole. The 0-1 pitch is outside, ball 1. Carmen now over 80 pitches. As he works here in the 5th, 1 down, 1 on. Again, we saw him throw a career-high 118 last week at Aurora. Swung on and missed, strike 2.
And with 3 games still to follow this weekend, I can't imagine the Cougars are eager to get into their bullpen. So we might see Carmen go a similar length in terms of pitches.
1-2. In the dirt, and it gets away from Garcia. And advancing down to second base is Peyton McCray. Lots of noise coming from the dugout now. 2-2 pitch is swung on for strike 3. Carmen gets his second K of the inning, his 5th of the game.
That was huge.
Third baseman number 1, Zach Hunter.
To bounce back from a 4-pitch walk. Go get the next guy. Now you're an out away from another scoreless frame.
Runner at second, 2 outs. Batter now is Zach Hunter, who is grounded out and struck out. First pitch is in the dirt. Ball 1. The 1-0 pitch is lined into right field. Base hit. Runner is going to be waved around. Donovan is up. Throw is coming home. Is cut off by Mariotti. Would not have mattered. It's an RBI single, and it's 6-1 Rockford. And I think that might be it for Cole Carmen.
Well, that final run is of the unearned variety for Mr. Carmen.
This is the second visit to the mound. Maybe it's not. We've got.
I don't think anyone's throwing. I think people are there's someone might be getting loose in the bullpen.
Just a conversation for now between Colin Connor and Cole Carmen.
You're on.
Okay.
Now it's about the center fielder, number 19, Tyler Peak.
Tyler Peak, who has 2 singles today, looking to continue this inning. Peak fouls off the first pitch for strike 1. That's in the dirt. Threw it down to first. Is that a strike?
I think he offered. I'm not entirely sure. I'd like to see the ump give us the count. I put it down as a strike because I didn't think that he pulled back the offering. I guess we'll find out here. Well, maybe not. If it's a ball here, then we wouldn't really know.
It's either a 1-1 or an 0-2. Well, that's definitely a ball, so it's now either 1-2 or 2-1. It is 1-2. Fouled off. One, two again. And that is a called strike 3. So it took a few batters, but Cole Carmen strikes out the side here in the 5th. Rockford adds one more, 6-1, halfway home in game 1.
You're on. Now to bat, left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
Top of the order here for the Cougars in the home half of the 5th. Gary Maynard will lead it off. He is over 2 with 2 strikeouts. So he's due, and he'll look to jumpstart something for the Cougars here, who trail by 5. Mentioned going to the last break, we are halfway through the first game of our doubleheader today. A big arcing curveball started a bit too high. Ball 1 from Piercy. That was pitch number 71. We'll see how long he goes today. And that is chopped into left field. A leadoff single and a base hit for Gary Maynard, who is now on base for the first time today.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
That'll bring up Nathan Dewey. Dewey today has grounded to short and had that strange, should have been a single, ended up being a triple for an RBI in his last at bat.
Tentatively.
That's outside. Wow. That was a couple inches off the plate, but it's called strike 1. Should note that the man on the mound, Piercy, was one of the pitchers, one of a couple of pitchers for Rockford last weekend who did throw a complete game. Just checking his pitch count in that game.
Yeah, he's north of 70 here. They
So,
haven't been particularly quick innings, even if the Cougars haven't mustered much in terms of a scoring output.
no pitch count listed for that last game, but he did go with a full 9. This is fouled off 0-2. Oh, 2 here from Piercy to Dewey. That is well outside. Ball 1. Game 2 today will have its first pitch probably between 30 and 40 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Just enough time for teams to take a break, eat some lunch.
Rake the field.
Rake the field, all that good stuff. The 1-2 is in the same spot as the first pitch of the at-bat, but that one's called a ball.
That time he decided it wasn't a strike anymore. Something we knew all along.
2-2. And there's that big curveball swung on and missed for out number 1.
Now to bat the catcher, number 21, Kevin Garcia.
That'll bring up Garcia. Kevin has reached on an error and struck out. Gary Maynard, the man at first base. And Maynard is running on the first pitch, which was a strike, and he's out. So aggressive base running does not pay off for the Cougars, as Gary Maynard is gunned down by Christian Garcia. And now an 0-1 count with no one on the bases to Kevin Garcia, who takes on the inside corner 0-2.
Yeah, that had a lot of break on it, and he thought he was going to get hit by it, and then it ended up crossing the plate.
We've seen it several times today. That breaking ball, when Piercy can place it inside to righties, is basically untouchable. The 0-2 is another breaker. This one is in the dirt. Ball 1. Another if we had StatCast, I'd love to see the pitch mix for Piercy because he uses that curveball a lot. The 1-2 pitch is fouled. Straight up and back. Count will stay 1-2. Another 1-2 coming. Is swung on and missed. Change-up curveball, couldn't exactly tell. Either way, it's strike 3, and the inning is over. We're through 5, and the Regents lead by 5. Yep, go for it.
You're on. Now to bat, the shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
New pitcher in the game for the Cougars. It's number 35, Weston Stutzman, making his 9th appearance of the season. The 3rd time he will pitch in relief. He's pitched 29 and a third innings, 19 strikeouts, 11 walks, and a whip of 2.1. And he starts with ball 1 here to Hunter Fiorito. Wow. Fiorito, excuse me.
Yeah, long reliever here is the role that Stutzman is trying to fill. Like you said, he started games, so we know that he has the ability to work a prolonged period of time depending on his success, I guess I should say.
That's a strike, 1-2. Fiorito in this game has struck out, singled, and flown out to center. Sporting the long sleeve white sweatshirt underneath, which plays well off the purple jersey. Staying warm out there.
Yeah,
it is a chilly day here in River Forest.
Serves a couple purposes. Looks real nice with the white lettering on the purple jerseys. And, you know, what a luxury to have. That's got to be real easy to work with.
2-2 here from Stutzman.
It is not a warm day. It's not gotten any warmer.
This is driven into center field, and it will land in front of Dewey for a leadoff single. It's now the 4th time through the order today for Rockford.
Number 34, Jared Herzog.
That'll bring up Herzog, who has singled, and singled.
What do you think he's going to do here?
Oh, the Cougars hope he doesn't single, but they would take a single over some other options.
It's not the worst.
Also not the best.
It's also not the most ideal to get back into this. We've seen what happened before when the top of the order all got on base to start the inning. They scored 5 runs, and that inning is a difference in this ball game right now. And it was really Carmen's only inning that he really got hit. They all came up hitting the ball hard that inning, but that didn't happen any other inning.
That's a called ball as well, 2-0. We are in the 6th inning here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you for the final time this season. Thank you to everyone who's joined us at any point this spring. It's been busy. It's been fun. It's been exhausting at times. The 2-0 pitch is in the dirt, 3-0.
I've enjoyed doing these games. You know, we've had a lot of good moments up here. A lot of good action.
3-0 pitch is swung on into right field, a base hit. Fiorito is held at second, and it's back-to-back singles to begin the inning, and this looks auspiciously like how the 3rd inning began.
Now to bat the catcher, number 16, Christian Garcia.
I think Colin Connor wants to, nope, never mind. Thought he was maybe looking for time. Looking at something else instead.
First pitch is outside. Stutzman waits. The 1-0 is swung on and grounded foul. Another long break here in between pitches. 1-1 the count. Runner goes. They're going to try to steal third. Swing and a miss and no throw. So the steal is successful. Another long pause in between pitches here. 1-2. Now the runner will go to second, swinging and fouling it off 1-2.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that slow delivery has much to do with, because we haven't really seen Rockford attempt many steals today.
No, not yet. Not until the last few minutes.
And I'm wondering, because Stutzman is not the quickest worker on the mound, and he's not paying much attention to the runners.
The count is still 1-2.
While.
Yeah, long sets. And now the ump's going to call time.
Well, the batter called for time there.
And now Kevin Garcia is going to go out to have a talk with Stutzman. Nobody out, 2 runners on, and a 1-2 count. Another 1-2 coming. The runner goes again, and it's another foul ball.
That's another similarity to that third inning where the Regents where they hung their 5 spot. It had started with Carmen getting 2 strikes, and then a few at bats where the batters really battled at the plate, fouling off pitches, and they led to eventual singles that added up, and all the runs came to be. So
it's the first change in the count in a while. 2-2 now. And we're going to take more time. This is easily the longest at bat of the day so far by sheer time.
Yep.
2-2. And it's another foul ball. Quite a battle here between Stutzman and Garcia. Garcia, who's been on base all 3 times, an error, an RBI single, and last time up, a fielder's choice. 2-2 still the count. 2 men still on base, nobody out. A throw over to first. Stutzman stares in again. Another 2-2. Did he go?
Garcia
Say
wants
no.
to appeal, but yeah, I don't think that he went.
Full count. Stutzman threw 9 pitches to the first 2 batters he faced. He's thrown at least 10 in this at bat. I lost count. Feels like more. Full count. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Throw down to second, and he is out. It's a strike him out, throw him out, double play. What a play for the Cougars. They hold the runner at third. A strikeout after a long at bat. A great throw by Kevin Garcia. A good tag, and in great position there, Bryce Vincent.
Yeah, you're talking about an at-bat that can change momentum in a game.
Absolutely.
Look, that was a very long at-bat. Like you said, by far the longest we had of the day in terms of time. And he, that could have ended in an RBI, maybe even 2 RBI hit for Rockford. It could have ended in a walk that loads the bases. Instead, it's a double play.
And I said that last at-bat had to be at least 10 pitches. It was 9. It just felt like more. One-0 pitch here is low, 2-0.
Didn't miss by much.
To Phil Highland. Highland today is 0 for 2, but also has a sac fly out to right. The 2-0 pitch is lined foul. The 2-1 is fouled off again, 2-2. So Stutzman now a strike away from getting clean out of what looked like a messy inning.
It would be big. It would be big.
And there it is, strike 3. That'll end the inning. Great work there. Weston Stutzman gets out of the inning with a couple of strikeouts, some 8 from his defense as well. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Cougars trail by 5. Bottom of the 6th here at Concordia. Brody Mariotti going to lead off the inning.
Number 8, Brody Mariotti.
Brody today has grounded out to shortstop twice. And swings and misses at pitch number 83 from Christian Piercy, who still works out on the mound and is looking to work quickly here. Got Mariotti going around again, and it's quickly 0-2. And Mariotti drives this one deep left field to the corner, back to the wall, and it's gone. Brody Mariotti sends that one Mariotti here, and it is a solo shot to pull the Cougars within 4. RBI number 41 of the season, Brody Mariotti.
A really nice way to start the inning because you mentioned that Piercy went the distance in his last start.
Number 6,
I wish we knew how many pitches he threw in that because I'd imagine,
Matt Uba swings at the first pitch and lines it down the left field line. He will head for second, and this is going to be a double for Matt Uba. A homer and a double. What a start here to the inning for CUC. And that will trigger a mound visit from Garcia out to talk to Piercy. And, this is a compliment to Brody, if anything. That is the softest hit home run he's had all season. That thing barely cleared the fence right next to the foul pole.
Yeah.
Number 32, Bryce Vincent.
Yeah, that one was kind of out in front of it a little bit, but got those arms extended. Just took it out of here.
So I'll bring up Bryce Vincent, who is 2 for 2 today. He is singled and doubled. Looking to keep this inning going with a strong start.
It's a pinch hitter on deck. It's Cooper Hines.
The scheduled hitter is Caleb Anderson, who is the DH today, so that isn't all that strange, it's a change. And now it's quickly 0-2 to Bryce Vincent.
No, yeah, it's a spot in the order that you have the luxury of kind of doing whatever you want with. You don't have to worry about any defensive adjustments that come of it.
And Cooper Hines hit his first career home run last week at a 3-run bomb. Vincent takes high, ball 1. A home run that at the time gave the Cougars the lead in a game that finished with 31 runs, 16-15 in Aurora's favor. 1-2 here from Piercy to Vincent. He's in the dirt, 2-2. That's outside, 3-2. So from 0-2 to 3-2, good work here by Vincent. Matt Ubo, the runner at second, 1 run in the inning on a Brody Mariotti home run. His 13th of the year, which at the start of today would pull him within 1 of the conference lead. The 3-2 pitch is scooped out into right field. It will be caught for out number 1. Ubo will go nowhere at second base.
Wisely so.
Now pinch hitting for the Cougars, number 3, Cooper Hines.
Cooper Hines, appearing in his 8th game this season, a 3-run homer in Game 3 of that series last weekend, as I mentioned. They could use another long ball here, CUC. On the season, 6 of 19 with that home run, 7 RBIs and 2 doubles.
Yeah, an extra base hit threat for sure.
And Hines now to face Piercy.
And they want to hold to the pattern of this inning.
And that is just low, and good eye there by Hines, who had clearly been doing his homework. That ball was strike high most of its trip to the plate and then just dips at that last 5 or 10%.
Yeah, impressive for him to come up there and identify that on the first pitch he sees on the day, fresh off the bench.
He then takes a breaking ball for a strike. The 1-1 pitch is high, ball 2. And you can we're starting to see signs here of Piercy maybe tiring just a little. There is no activity whatsoever down in the Rockford bullpen. So
it depends how you define whatsoever, because someone is getting their arm loose.
Someone just stood up as Hines drives it down the line. Base hit all the way to the corner. Matt Uba will score. Cooper Hines will head for second. And no, he will not. He will think better of it. It's an RBI single in the end. And a big hit there, pinch hitting for Cooper Hines.
Now to bat third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
And that'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. Walked his last time up. Only 1 out in the inning. And the Cougars, for the first time, have scored multiple runs in the same frame. 2 players now just starting to stretch out in the Rockford bullpen. We will update you if anyone begins to throw. And now we're going to get a pinch runner, as coming off the bench is, I believe, Niles Gall.
You would assume?
It's a single-digit number player.
I can always tell because he wears the mitt to protect himself when he
So
goes
Niles
diving
Gall,
into-
as he has many times today, out of the dugout. Many times this season, I should say. It's the first time we're seeing him today. Is on to pinch run, and don't be surprised if he tries to go right away. He'll hold for this pitch as it's outside and low. Ball 1 to Sandoval. And if you could get Jaime on as well, you'd have some phenomenal speed aboard between him and Gall. Niles this season, 7 of 8 on stolen bases. A long set here from Piercy, the 1-0, is on the outside corner for strike 1. A 1-1 count here with 1 out and a throw over to first, and Gall easily back in safely. Niles now appearing in his 27th game of the season. This is the 8th time he has come off the bench. 1-1. Fouled off by Sandoval, 1-2. Aiden Donovan, the man on deck. The 1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2, and Sandoval, as always, with a good eye. Pitch 100 upcoming. And it is lined into left field. It's a base hit. Great patience by Sandoval. 2 aboard for the Cougars. Jaime Sandoval with just his second hit of the season.
Aiden Donovan.
A couple of runs are in. 2 men are on. Still only 1 down. And here's Aiden Donovan. Donovan has reached on an error and grounded out to second. And a big opportunity here in this inning. You can feel it for the Cougars.
Yeah, I think they know, especially with the pitcher near the
Donovan
end of his
squares
rope.
the bunt, takes, and Gall was running. The throw is off the glove of the third baseman. Sandoval will go to second. That was an awkward collision. Let's make sure everybody's okay. So that was ball 1 to Donovan, and I thought Niles Gall took the worst of it, but in the end, it's the third baseman for Rockford, Zach Hunter, who was a little slow to his feet. So that'll go down, I think, as a stolen base.
Yep.
And they'll check on
For Gall,
Hunter.
not for
Sandoval will
Sandoval
not get credit for striding down to second while everyone else was checking to see if everyone was okay down at third.
Sandoval gets credit for heads-up play.
Absolutely. Good base running. And I think that Hunter's hand just kind of got squished in between all of that. He's going to stay in the game. So runners now at second and third, 1 out, and a 1-0 count to Aiden Donovan. And the gravity of this opportunity only grows now. You would assume that on any hit to the outfield, Jaime Sandoval is going to try to come home. And Piercy will step off here as he got into a bit of a stare down with Niles Gall. I was watching the Cubs play the Reds the other day, and we actually saw a stolen base of home. The Reds able
Really?
to pull it off.
It happens, but it's very hard.
I'm curious here. I think the ump just said 1-1. I had the first pitch that saw the throw down to third as a ball, not a strike. So we're going to wait here on what the count is because I can't be sure. That's a strike. And the count is 2-1. Okay, I was correct.
It is tough, though, on those plays where the catcher immediately jumps up to make a throw to one of the bases.
We do now have activity down in the Rockford pen.
Officially official.
Donovan grounds this to shortstop. The run will come home, and it will be a throw to first that is in time for out number 2. But it's an RBI, and it's a 6-3 ball game.
Now to bat, left fielder number 17, Gary Maynard.
That'll bring up the top of the order, and Gary Maynard, who singled last time up. Excuse me, 6-4 ball game now. 3 runs in this inning. And Maynard takes outside for ball 1. Gary Maynard could tie this game with one swing of the bat. The 1-0 is outside, 2-0.
And I'm sure Rockford's hoping that they can start their reliever in the 7th with a clean inning, but I don't think that the leash for Piercy is extending much past Maynard here.
2-0. Strike 1 at the letters. A few groans from the crowd here who thought that was a bit high. The 2-1 upcoming. That's low and outside, 3-1. Nathan Dewey is the man on deck. Will Piercy get another hitter besides Maynard? Maybe we're about to find out. The 3-1 is fouled straight back, 3-2. And I think this next pitch, Justin, has a strong candidacy for biggest pitch of the game so far.
It's up there. It's up there.
Full count, 2 outs. The tying run at the plate. Here in the 6th. 3 runs already in this inning for the Cougars. The 3-2. Did it hit him? It doesn't matter. It's ball 4.
Well, the only reason why it does matter is because we want to make sure that we're keeping accurate stats. If he's
Now to bat, center fielder number 40, Nathan Dewey.
And that, well, is it going to be it? We haven't seen the coach motion in the bullpen yet. But he's got a lineup card in his hand as he walks out to Piercy. And no, instead, I think they're going to go over some notes here on Dewey. So it looks like Piercy's going to get one more batter.
And historically, we've seen these decisions really falter both ways. There's not any one right decision in terms of when to pull your pitcher. But Nathan Dewey has a chance to make this decision a significant one.
So Nathan Dewey steps into the batter's box. Dewey today grounded out to short, singled, and then reached third, so tripled, really, for an RBI. That's how we have it now, and struck out. And he's flown this to center field. It is in play, but the center fielder took a really poor route to that ball. He's dropped it. 1 run is in. Here comes a 2nd run, and my goodness, what a mistake by Rockford. We have a tie game, a misplay in center field, an error. And, man, Nathan Dewey getting all the breaks out there today. It is 6-6. He stands on second base. 2 runs come home. Justin, that just totally changes this game.
Yeah, that wasn't a couple of unearned runs.
I know you're taking care of statting it. So it's an error on the center fielder. 2 runs come in to score. Dewey ends up at second base. Piercy is still on the mound. And you've got to feel for him a bit from a neutral perspective because he should have been out of this inning. He should still have a 2-run lead. His own and the center fielder took 2 steps back, totally misjudged the flight of the ball, and ends up having to dive and then doesn't make the play. Kevin Garcia now the batter. He's now ahead 2-0. It's 6-6 now. A big inning for the Cougars. 5 now here in the 6th. And Garcia a chance to make it worse and give the Cougars the lead.
I can't imagine he's facing Mariotti again if it gets to that point.
The 2-0 pitch is high, 3-0, and I would be pretty shaken up if I'd thrown like 100 pitches and that just happened, and Piercy is all over the place right now.
I've got him at 115. It's a lot of pitches.
Well, this will be number 116. It's a 3-0 count, and taking all the way was Garcia. It is strike 1. Rockford 6 runs on 12 hits. The Cougars 6 runs on just 8 hits, which has been aided by 3 errors by Rockford. The 3-1 is outside. That's ball 4. And the inning continues. And here comes Brody Mariotti.
Now to bat, first baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
Mariotti, who led off this inning with a solo home run, has 2 men on base now. And here comes the move. So that is going to be it for Piercy. The Cougars run him out of this game. They've tied it up. We'll take a quick break, a pitching change here in the 6th. In comes Christian Dahlstrom to pitch. On for the 15th time. He has started twice, including last weekend, where he had a complete game, giving up 4 earned runs, struck out 5, walked 1. He's got a 4.57 ERA on the season, 42 strikeouts to 15 walks, a whip of 1.38. And his first assignment, Brody Mariotti with 2 runners on. Mariotti, first pitch swinging way out in front, strike 1. Dahlstrom, a sophomore from Claremont, Florida. Mariotti swings and misses at what looked like a slider. Lots of motion on that pitch, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch is flown in the air, but you never know clearly with the way this inning's gone. Lots of players converging, and the catch is made for out number 3. 5 runs go up on the board, though, for the Cougars. We head to the 7th. This is a brand new ball game, 6-6. Weston Stutzman continues in the game for the Cougars, and he now is in position to be the pitcher of record one way or the other. Tucci will lead off the inning and swing at the first pitch. Fouling it off for strike 1. Tucci in this game has struck out twice and also had that squeeze RBI bunt single. Big breaker from Stutzman is too high. 1-1. And this one is fouled off. 1-2.
Stutzman working a little quicker this inning, it seems like.
Well, yeah, I mean, that last inning, not only did it take forever, I'm sure that was incredibly stressful, and he's just looking to maybe power through a couple batters in this inning.
Right.
Excuse me.
Working with a fresh slate, not inheriting any sort of mess.
The 1-2 pitch.
I guess he didn't inherit.
Is flown into center field. Dewey drifts to his left. He's under it and makes the play for out number 1.
Now to bat the first baseman, number 5, Peyton McCray.
That'll bring up Peyton McCray. He's 0 for 2 and then walked last time up. First delivery of the at-bat from Stutzman is low and outside. A reminder that we will have Game 2 of this doubleheader immediately following this one. Lots at stake this weekend, and that dropped ball in center field could be a large factor in determining who the 4th team to make the NAC South division of the postseason tournament is.
Well, it has certainly opened the door for the Cougars to be back in this game. They were inching their way toward there. That, I think, sped up the process, obviously.
This is fouled straight back, right at us. 2-2 now the count. And I think he went. Did he go? No. Full count.
Wow. That looked like a swing to me.
I mean, we don't have the best of you, but I would agree there. I thought he went around, but it's a full count instead. And another long at bat here to begin the 7th. Stutzman looks in. The 3-2 pitch was offered at. I think it went off the knob of the bat. No indication from McCray that he was hit, which is what it looked like. We'll do it again. 3-2. Fouled straight back. So about what you were saying about working quicker this inning.
Yeah. Sure feels like it, doesn't it?
8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. And time is called. And this is fouled off again. We saw Stutzman have a 9-pitch at bat last inning. He's about to have another one here. Pitch number 9. 3-2 again is high, ball 4.
Now to bat the right fielder, number 22, Isaac Mestis.
So that's back-to-back walks for McCray. That'll bring up Mestis, who struck out his last time. He's also grounded out and doubled. Double gave him 2 RBIs. The first pitch swinging here is Mestis. That is fouled down the right field line. One down and a runner at first. That ball in the dirt. Speaking of in the dirt, how the Cougars would love a ground ball right now.
Yeah, don't want the momentum swinging back in Rockford's direction.
Stutzman was really aided by a double play that strike him out, throw him out, although I guess he was responsible for half of it.
Yeah. Earned that double play.
Two 2-1 pitch. Is in the dirt again, 3-1. I don't believe there's anyone up in the Cougar pen.
Well, I'm standing up so I can get that answer for you. No, nothing right now. This is probably Weston's game.
As long as things stay within a reasonable margin. 3-1. He is swung on and missed. Full count. Nice comeback pitch there for Stutzman. The full count pitch is this time a called strike 3.
Now to bat the third baseman, number 1, Zach Hunter.
Zach Hunter, who has stayed in the game after that awkward collision last inning at third base, comes to the plate now. He has singled, which drove in a run, grounded out, and struck out. Swings at the first pitch here and fouls it off. The 0-1 is just outside, 1-1. 2 down here in the 7th. All tied at 6. New ball game, like I said at the end of the last inning. Plenty to fight for this weekend between these two teams, who will also have their eyes on Dominican. That is a breaking ball on the outside corner, 1-2. If the Cougars were to win this game, it would leave these two teams level on wins in conference with 4 each. The 1-2 is another called strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts looking from Weston Stutzman. Get him out of the inning. Time to stretch here at the Thunderdome, 6-6.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 6, Matt Uba.
Matt Uba to lead off the inning for the Cougars here in the home half of the 7th, 6-6. Matt today has struck out, grounded out, and doubled. Followed up that solo home run from Brody Mariotti last inning. And he takes a strike here, as continuing on the mound for the Regents is Christian Dahlstrom. And, excuse me. This is fouled off by Uba, 0-2.
You good?
I'm good.
I didn't know I was maybe going to have to do some emergency play-by-play duty.
No,
for a
just
second
some
there. Yeah.
swallowed some air. I don't know what. 0-2 to Uba. That is up and out. Ball 1. And takes that low, 2-2. Good eye. The 2-2 pitch from Dahlstrom is outside. Full count worked by Matt Uba from an 0-2 count. And then swung on here on 3-2. It's fouled off down the third base side. We'll do it again. Who will be the difference maker down the stretch in this game? We've got to have a winner, and Uba off the hands lists this out towards short, and it is caught for out number 1. That'll bring up Bryce Vincent.
The second baseman, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
Vincent, who has singled, doubled, and flown out to right. First pitch to Bryce is low and outside, ball 1.
And it's Carter Gledhill in the on-deck circle, waiting to bat in what was the DH spot that was originally occupied by Caleb Anderson, who was hit for by Cooper Hines, who was ran for by Niles Gall.
So Gledhill will be the 4th player technically to occupy that spot in the order today. As you mentioned, he's on deck. 1-1 right now to Bryce Vincent. Gledhill, who is also a catcher, so there's that potential flexibility if more changes are made later. Outside, 2-1. Michael Zavoli was the starting catcher most of this season, but Kevin Garcia, since coming back from injury, has kind of retaken that spot. Is Bryce Vincent with a rocket down the third base line. He's going to turn and head for second, loses the helmet. There will be a play at the bag, and he's out. So that'll go down as a single and a thrown out at second.
Now pinch hitting for the Cougars is number 27, Carter Gledhill.
And that'll bring up Gledhill. Carter this season has played in 10 games, a .345 hitter, 1 homer, 4 RBIs, 10 total hits. The other 9 besides the homer are all singles. And trying to keep this inning going. He'll take on the outside corner, strike 1. And now behind 0-2, breaking ball on the inside corner from Dahlstrom. The 0-2 pitch is in the dirt. Gledhill holds off 1-2. And the home plate umpire calls for time as Gledhill steps out of the box. The 1-2 is off of Gledhill. It hits him, and he'll take his base. And the inning does continue after all.
Now to bat the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
That'll bring up Jaime Sandoval, who singled in his last at bat, walked before that. And Gledhill will stay at first, so it looks like that DH spot is his for now.
The revolving door is officially...
And a throw over for some reason. As far as I know, Carter Gledhill has never even attempted to steal.
Well, if pick your spot here, you're the go-ahead run on first base with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th.
And we've seen Rockford make some miscues today when put under pressure defensively as Sandoval takes strike one. A 1 to Sandoval is smoked right back up the middle and into center field. Gledhill will hold at second. Back-to-back singles for Jaime Sandoval. And now Aiden Donovan will step in. A 2-out rally underway for the Cougars. Gledhill hit by a pitch. And then Sandoval singles, but we've got a player slow to his feet. Hunter Fiorito looking a little uncomfortable after he and the shortstop, well, he dove for that ball. He is the shortstop, excuse me. Dove for that ball up the middle, tried to prevent it from going to center field. And something isn't quite right.
Tough to see, but you heard the Cougars dugout telling Gledhill, stay on the base, stay on the base.
When someone just ran in to get a glove from the dugout to go play some catch. I don't know if that's for pitching reasons or if they think that it's possible Fiorito's going to come out of this game. Fiorito still doubled over in pain out behind second base. The situation, though, is Carter Gledhill on second base, Jaime Sandoval on first. Aiden Donovan will be the batter with 2 down here in the 7th. Teams tied at 6 in game 1 of 4 this weekend, game 1 of 2 today. So for now, at least, it looks like Fiorito is going to stay in the game.
And a big spot for the freshman here, Aiden Donovan.
So Aiden Donovan steps in. Aiden today has reached in an air, grounded out to second, and grounded out to short, but that last one got him an RBI as he takes ball 1. The 1-0 is swung on and missed. Ball that was diving down out of the strike zone. And that is called a ball. I'm not sure where it missed.
It might have been a little up. And I say that I say that
Generously?
generosity, yes.
Two and one the count. Sandoval, huge lead at first. That one almost hits Donovan, 3-1. No attempt being made to hold on Sandoval at first base, so he will be off and running on any ball in play. (3-1) to Aiden Donovan. Donovan swings through a fastball. Full count. Maybe this is the new biggest pitch of the game so far right here.
Yeah. It's dethroned the one from a couple innings ago. This one, a walk brings up the top of the order. A hit gives the Cougars the lead, and an out sends us to the 8th, tied.
And Donovan grounds this towards second base. Going to be a tough play. Making it to his left to end the inning is Phil Highland. And so the Cougars threaten some more, but that'll be it for now. We go to the 8th, tied at 6. Eighth inning, here we go. It's tied at 6.
Now to bat the center fielder, number 19, Tyler Peak.
We've got a defensive substitution for Concordia. It's Eli Hickman in right field for Aiden Donovan.
Hickman has replaced Donovan out in right. And Donovan was the last batter of the inning, so that's not going to be a concern of the batting order anytime soon. Weston Stutzman still in the game, and Peak swings for strike one. Peak, the 9-hitter, has singled twice and struck out. And that's a strike, 0-2. Eli Hickman appearing now in his 15th game this season. 9th time off the bench. 10th time off the bench. One and two now. To Peak, who fouls this off over his own dugout. Count stays 1-2. Alex Campbell, Justin Bjorseth with you from the Thunderdome. And behind the scenes today, we also have Ryan McGee and Sydney Palaskis-Lahr of Concordia women's lacrosse and softball, respectively. And that's a strike 3 for Stutzman as he gets Peak again, out number 1.
Yeah, big appreciation for our student workers and what they've endured with us this hectic spring.
Shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
They'll bring up the top of the order in Fiorito.
Taking time away from, well, not time away from, but adding to the commitment to their own sports and taking time to help us out has been much appreciated.
First pitch from Stutzman. This is lined into the gap in right center, and Hickman dives. Did he make the catch? No signal. Yes, he did. What a play. Eli Hickman comes in as a defensive sub and a Sports Center top 10 worthy diving grab for out number 2.
Well, it was funny because I was almost like, well, I think this is more of a defensive,
Now to bat
this is a late game defensive substitution a la Billy Hamilton kind of deal.
Hey, Sid, who's running our replays today, if we tweet that out, go ahead and throw a hashtag SC Top 10 on the end of that catch, because that was something from Eli Hickman. 2 outs. And that's ball 1.
Yeah, that was a to even get there.
That's probably the best defensive play we've seen all season, right? We've seen some good ones.
There's been some nice ones that would be up there.
In terms of a full-out sprint,
Yeah.
full extension on the dive.
Yeah, there was nothing flashy about the dive. Nothing about that was for show. That was just hustling after the ball and doing what you needed to do to make the play.
It's also something, does a right-handed player make that catch? He's able to dive out with his right hand. He's a lefty and dives and makes that catch. That's outside, 2-2.
Some scores from around the conference, or score from around the conference.
Yeah, there's really only one we care about in this game.
And it's not that one that I have the update for, unfortunately. I don't have. I can pull up the NAC scoreboard in a second, but Aurora beat Benedictine 9-0 in Game 1 of their doubleheader today. They're deciding first place in the conference.
Aurora,
I got the
Aurora
email.
was second coming into the day. That's a called strike 3. Weston Stutzman is feeling it now. He strikes out 2 more in this inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. A great catch by Eli Hickman ensures that this game is still tied.
Now to bat, the left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
An important update from elsewhere in the conference. For either of these teams to advance to the NAC postseason, they're going to need Dominican to lose at least once this weekend. Dominican and IIT are currently tied at 4 in the 10th inning of their first game of the weekend, so the margins could not be finer here in the NAC South.
We're tied, they're tied, everyone's tied.
Gary Maynard, the leadoff man, leads off this inning here in the bottom of the 8th. And drives this right at third base where it is snagged for out number 1. Nice catch down there at third base by Zach Hunter.
Now to bat, the center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
Then I'll bring up Nathan Dewey, who's had an eventful day, including last time up where the center fielder dropped a routine fly ball, and he got 2 RBIs out of it. Made a nice catch earlier, had an RBI single on another misplay in the outfield. He's really benefited from some poor defense today as he takes strike 1.
And he's got the power in his bat to untie this game right here.
Outside, yeah. Who needs the bottom of the 9th when you can score in the top of the 8th? Which begs the question, will Weston Stutzman come out for the 9th? I assume he will. He's pitched really well, and we know he's a guy who started games, and he's in a groove. so I doubt they'll disrupt it. 1-1 pitch is flown down the right field line by Dewey. Long run here by the right fielder is not going to matter. It's out of play, and strike 2. Kevin Garcia on deck. Brody Mariotti in the hole if it gets to him. Talk about a guy who can untie a game with one swing.
That, having guys on base ahead of him would help. Insurance never hurt.
Never. 1-2. Drilled. Deep left center. Center fielder going back to the track. This is off the wall. And Dewey is in with a double. Nathan Dewey, a strong case for player of the game. He's on base again and in scoring position here with 1 out in the 8th.
Now to bat the catcher, number 21, Kevin Garcia.
And that'll bring in Garcia, who has walked, struck out twice, and reached on an error. Big moment here for Garcia. Kevin, with 4 homers, 15 RBIs coming into today, takes strike 1. And Garcia drives this ball. Left center field. It's going to hang up long enough, though, to be caught out there for out number 2. Troy Tucci making the catch. Ball's not flying out like they were last week, and I'm used to that 30-mile-per-hour wind at my back.
Number 8, Brody Mariotti.
And that will bring up Mariotti with a runner in scoring position, and there's going to be a discussion now on the mound about how to approach Mariotti. This is a position. Now, I don't know if you would do it. Do you intentionally walk Mariotti right here? First base is open. There are 2 outs.
I would. That's all I'm going to say. I would.
They're clearly talking about how to pitch to Brody, and my answer to that discussion is, why would you even do that? One of the best hitters in the conference. And a long discussion here from head coach Bob Koopman. Koopman, who is in his 15th season. He's won 2 NAC regular season titles and 2 tournament titles. And this conversation is still going, despite the fact that the ump is standing there.
I don't think we're going to get the intentional walk because I don't think it would have taken him that long.
No, to say we're going to intentionally walk Brody Mariotti. Now, maybe there's some instruction if you get to 2-0, maybe you wave the white flag and usher him to first base.
Right, that's always in play.
So Mariotti comes to the plate here to face Dahlstrom. The go-ahead run on second base. First pitch to Mariotti is swung on and flown into center field, and he just missed it and knows it. Wind swirling a bit. The catch is made. Out number 3. We go to the 9th, tied at 6. All to play for from here on out in this one between the Regents and the Cougars. All right, ninth inning here at the Thunderdome, 6-all. An update on the Dominican situation. They have the bases loaded with 1 out in the 10th after back-to-back dropped fly balls by the IIT defense.
It's truly remarkable. I mean, we've seen some less than stellar defense today here at times.
Stutzman, who looked very confident last inning, starts with a fastball for a strike here in the 9th. And is this a pinch hitter? No.
No, this is Garcia.
This is Garcia. I was going to say, you wouldn't pitch hit for him, but he's quickly behind 0-2, and Stutzman is feeling his stuts right now, you could say.
Thanks for listening, guys. We hope we keep you entertained.
Try the meatloaf. Tip your waitresses. Fouled off 0-2. And strike 3. Swinging. Gets another strikeout for Stutzman. He's racking those up right now.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 25, Phil Highland.
The game at IIT has gone final. Or, excuse me, the game at Dominican has gone final. The Stars win 5-4. And shore up their place in the 4th spot of the NAC South a little bit. So this game just became even more important for both of these teams.
Now, obviously, I can't imagine that they have any idea what's going on.
Though they wouldn't have any idea, but you could basically argue, given that the Cougars will have the tiebreaker in terms of head-to-head, and they'd have the same record, if you lose this game, you'd basically have to sweep the rest of the way if guaranteed to have any chance. Because you cannot assume Dominican will lose out. That's just not going to happen. I'm actually now doing my math because they'd be 2 games behind. Yeah, they'd have to sweep. They'd have no choice. That's strike 1, 1-1. So that actually now means that for either team, you want to get to the NAC postseason tournament, you've got to win out. That's ball 4. I missed a pitch in there.
Now to bat the left fielder, number 9, Troy Tucci.
Which, if that math's all correct, this second game today is really going to be something.
Yeah. I mean, the first we're a ways away from that. We have no idea how this is going to play out here.
That's fouled off. The math actually changes depending on who wins. If Concordia wins, they basically still have to win out. If Rockford wins this game, their margin for error is probably a game, maybe. But still, obviously, the goal would be win all your games and give yourself the best chance.
Absolutely. That's the goal all season.
Swing and a miss. Not even close. 0-2. Rockford, who got themselves to within a game of Dominican by taking 3 of 4 from them last week.
Yeah, that was a big weekend from them because they were kind of, out of the race altogether, and now all of a sudden they've played themselves into a meaningful final weekend.
0-2 is swung on and missed. It's another strikeout for Stutzman. That's out number 2. Trying to remember when Stutzman came in the game.
Now to bat first baseman, number 5.
I got you. Stutzman came in the game.
Did he come cleanly into the 6th?
He did come cleanly into the 6th.
Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 11 strikeouts? That might be 1 inning too many. 9th, 8th.
I have 8 strikeouts.
Okay, yeah, I counted 1 inning too many. 3 of those were Cole Carmen's. So 8 strikeouts, though, in just now his 4th inning of work. Runner goes. The throw from Garcia is wide, and that is a stolen base.
Really good jump there. I don't know if it would have taken a perfect throw to get him.
quick correction. Coming into today, I was wrong. Rockford and Dominican are tied at 4-12 in the conference. Rockford has the head-to-head tiebreaker. So that moves Dominican to 5-12 in conference. Rockford would need to win to match that. If Concordia wins, they'll be even on 4 with Rockford. So my math was wrong there. We'll double-check it in between the games and make sure that in Game 2 we've got right information for you. That looked like strike 3, and Stutzman can't believe it wasn't.
He should be out of this inning right now.
The 1-2 is lined into right field. Hickman won't make this catch, but he is up and throwing. Will there be a plate? The throw is offline, and Rockford take the lead. And that non-call on what would have been strike 3 and out of the inning is going to matter. That's an RBI double, and Rockford edges in front. That'll bring up Isaac Mestis, who has struck out his last 2 plate appearances.
And yeah, really unfortunate for Stutzman because he's pitched real well since coming in, and I really thought that he had McCray struck out on that pitch.
The scheduled hitters in the 9th for the Cougars: Matt Uba, Bryce Vincent, and Carter Gledhill. Those, of course, subject to change. The 1-0 from Stutzman is a strike, 1-1. Just outside, 2-1. With a win, Rockford, as I said, would move to 5-12 in conference, ahead of Dominican on the head-to-head matchup. 2-1. Swung and a miss, strike 2. Big pitch here. Stutzman, 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 9 Ks for Stutzman, but Rockford take the lead. Bottom of the 9th, Cougars need a run or more.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 6, Matt Uba.
The biggest at bat of the season for the Cougars right here. Bottom 9, down a run. Final weekend of the season. Uba swings at the first pitch and grounds it into center field. No, it's off the second baseman. He misplayed it. And I don't know if it's a hit or an error, but Uba's aboard.
It's a hit. It was going to be for him to have gotten that backhanded running away from first base, turn around, fire, and get Uba.
The second baseman, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
This is the point where I'm obligated to tell you that Bryce Vincent has 1 home run this season. The winning run now at the plate. Bryce today, a single, a double, a fly out, and then he was thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double, and he takes strike 1. And there is a pitcher immediately up and throwing. Down in the bullpen, that is number 17, Carson Balser. Vincent lifts this in the air to center field. Making the run in and making the catch in the end was the right fielder. That's number 22, Isaac Mestis, for out number 1.
Now to bat the DH, number 27, Carter Gledhill.
That brings up Carter Gledhill, who is hit by a pitch in his only at-bat. Carter also has 1 home run this season. And Carter's helped us a lot this season behind the scenes on various sports. And if he hits a home run right here, it's going to be quite a party up here in the press box. I will say that. Gledhill, first pitch, swinging, missing, strike 1. The 0-1. Check swing. He didn't go. Ball 1. Pitch number 40 upcoming from Dahlstrom. The 1-1 is swung on and popped in the air. Could be playable. Out of play, right side, and it bounces. So it means it wasn't caught. 1 and 2.
Would have been impressive for him to have jumped the fence to make that play.
Yes. Jaime Sandoval is on deck. Sandoval has singled in his last 2 plate appearances. The 1-2 to Gledhill is checked in the dirt. Ball 2. Two-two pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Cougars down to their final out in this game.
Now to bat the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
And it'll be up to Jaime Sandoval for now. Again, I mentioned he singled his last 2 times up. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. Sandoval fouls that off. 0-2. The 0-2 to Sandoval is swung on and missed. Strike 3, back-to-back strikeouts to end the game. Rockford takes game 1 of the doubleheader, 7-6. All right, welcome back, everybody. Game 2 about to get underway. Alex Campbell, Justin Bjorseth with you here from the Thunderdome. Aurora took Game 1, 7-6, pushing across the what ended up being the winning run in the top of the ninth. The lineup for Rockford is unchanged except for the pitcher. We will get to that in the bottom half of this inning. Cougars do make a couple of changes, which we will cover. Zach Litke is on the bump. Litke's first pitch to Fiorito is swung and on and missed, strike one.
An all-new battery for the Cougars, as we've become accustomed to seeing in the doubleheaders. It's Michael Zavoli doing the catching today. It was Kevin Garcia in Game 1.
This is lifted out toward left field. Gary Maynard tracking makes the catch. Eli Hickman comes in right field. Zavoli is behind the plate. Those are the only defensive changes for the Cougars.
And we did see Hickman end the game in left field or in right field in Game 1. So
we saw him make that amazing diving catch.
Yes. You'll see him on SportsCenter tonight, I'm sure.
So that's what we're hoping for, at least. Here's Herzog. He takes outside, ball one.
It was funny. I don't know if you saw a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago now, really close back to the start of the MLB season. I believe it was Cole Calhoun is an outfielder, and there was a fly ball down the right field line, and the kid in the stands caught it over him.
Mm-hmm.
And Calhoun was a good spirit about it because it's a kid at a ball game. And Calhoun went back to him later in the game and was like, "You realize you're going to be on SportsCenter tonight, right?" And the kid told him, "I'm already blowing up on TikTok."
Yeah, and that made me feel old when I saw that.
There's your generational divide.
Grounder, second, Vincent, 2 outs. Zach Litke this season, let's take a look at his numbers. Making his third start. Last time out against Aurora was a little rough, but otherwise it's been really good. 17 Ks to 10 walks, a whip of 1.3, and a 4.23 ERA in 27 2/3 innings, despite giving up 6 earned runs in 3 1/3 last week. Rockford still holds the 4th spot in the NAC South technically. Dominican has the same number of conference wins. They are at 5 each. The Cougars have 3, which basically tells you the Cougars have to win this game and then both games tomorrow, and then there's still no guarantees. But they basically have to win out from here to still have a shot. And there are theories in which they could perhaps win 2, but that looks unlikely right now as that swung on and missed, strike 2.
It starts here with Zach Litke.
Although I guess I'd have to think, how did CUC do against Dominican earlier this season? Because that head-to-head would be the first tiebreaker.
I believe they split.
Well, then that's unhelpful. That's outside. Because obviously if they won the next 3 against Rockford, that would give them, well, again, it would give them 6 wins to Rockford's 5, so it wouldn't matter. It gets into scenarios, though, with Dominican. Rockford, though, control their own destiny. That was a swing, I think. It was. That's a strikeout and out number 3. So a 1-2-3 inning for Zach Litke to get things underway here in Game 2. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Here come the Cougars. Gary Maynard to lead off the bottom of the first for the Cougars. And he'll face Adrian Rapierre. Rapierre this season, 7 games, 5 starts, 1-2 record, 8.39 ERA, and 24 2/3, 27 Ks, 24 walks, and a whip of 1.95. He starts off with a strike at the knees. On a day that has only gotten colder here in River Forest.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit of a warm-up, as I thought, we were kind of chilly carrying the stuff out in the morning, but it really wasn't bad. I mean, there's no sun anymore, and I was just thinking, well, as the afternoon wears on, but no, the exact opposite kind of a deal.
Quickly 0-2 to Maynard from Rapierre. Another long, elaborate windup, and that is a fireball of a fastball for strike 3.
Now to bat center fielder number 40, Nathan Dewey.
Nathan Dewey, maybe the man of the game in Game 1 for CUC, was the recipient of some poor defense, but got a few hits, got a few RBIs, and he'll step in now with 1 down here in the first. Maybe it's because he's lefty, but the whole cocking the glove behind the head thing, there's something very Tom Glavine about Rapierre's delivery.
Yeah, a little bit. It's definitely an old school. You don't see that too often anymore. You don't see too many guys go all the way over the head.
I just think back to that. It's right when I can remember that I started watching baseball, those great rotations that the Atlanta Braves had with John Smoltz and Greg Maddux. Tom Glavine, back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. Bit of a throwback to that era.
A lot of good teams. Only the one World Series to show for it, though. Something crazy like 15 straight division titles.
And that is blasted into right center field, and the good day for Dewey continues. He's got a single here in the first. And that'll bring up Bryce Vincent, hitting higher in the batting order in this game. First pitch to Vincent is swung on, and it's off the hands. And out of play, foul. Rapierre, a transfer from Trinity International University, has not pitched since against Illinois Tech on April 25th. So it's been a bit of a layoff for him. But a big spot for him now is Rockford continue to chase the NAC playoffs. They currently, as I mentioned, hold that 4th spot. And this is grounded toward short and into left field by Bryce Vincent. Hit it where they ain't. Back-to-back singles. Have 2 on and 1 out for the Cougars. And here comes Brody Mariotti.
Now to bat the first baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
Mariotti, who had a solo home run in Game 1 today. His 13th of the season. And an opportunity here for Mariotti and the Cougars to strike first in Game 2. First pitch from Rapierre got away from him, ball 1. Dewey at second, Vincent at first. Mariotti swings through a fastball, 1-1. The 1-1 is swung on and missed again, 1-2. Rapierre from Roscoe, Illinois. 6'1", 170. TIU is former school, an NAIA school here in Northern Illinois. And he strikes out Mariotti with more gas. 2 down.
Impressive of him there to go after Mariotti
Now it's about the shortstop, number
with
6,
fastballs
Matt Uba.
up in the zone, just challenging him to hit them,
Here's Matt Uba.
blowing them by him.
Yeah, we don't see pitchers in general throw any fastballs to Mariotti anywhere near the zone. It's something they generally shy away from, trying to get ground balls out of him. As Uba takes one in the dirt here, ball 1.
Certainly not back-to-back like that to get a strikeout. That he has a lot of confidence in his fastball, is my takeaway from that.
Absolutely, and he struck out 2 Cougars, Maynard and Mariotti, arguably the Cougars' 2 best hitters with it here in this first inning. That's a strike. 1-1. The 1-1 from Rapierre is just low. 2-1. Of course, the umpires have switched spots, as always, during these doubleheaders. 2-1. Fouled off, 2-2.
Not a lot of wind. It's slightly blowing in, but there isn't too much to speak of.
Now, it's been a pretty calm day, juxtaposed, as we talked about with last week.
Where it was hot and windy, now we have not a lot of wind, but it is not warm at all.
Uba lays off that pitch, and it's a full count. Full count, 2 players on base, 2 outs. Fouled off by Uba as the runners went. Michael Zavoli, the catcher, is on deck if the inning is to continue. Another 3-2. Runners go, and it hit Uba. Bases are loaded.
Now to bat, the catcher, number 1, Mike Zavoli.
Zavoli, who we did not see in Game 1 this season. 24 games now. This is his 18th start. A .286 hitter and .948 OPS, though. 5 home runs, 15 RBIs. And a chance to add to both of those here, especially the RBIs. 2 down. Bottom of the first. And Cougars with 2 outs have loaded the bases. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner. The 0-1 to Zavoli. Swung on and missed, or fouled off, excuse me, just off the catcher. 0-2.
A long bottom of the first.
Strikeout, walk, strikeout, hit batter.
Sound like a lot of long at-bats.
And another hit batter is Rapierre.
That
Walks
didn't
in
look
a
pleasant.
run. And that fastball suddenly lacking command. 1-0 Cougars here in the first.
That's one way to do it. Zavoli wears one for the team. It did not look pleasant. He
Now
does
to bat, the DH, number 2, Cooper Hines.
not had the most enthusiastic walk to first base. Colin Connor is out talking about something. I have to make sure that I stop the music so people can communicate out there.
Yeah, I think he was just checking that Zavoli's okay. That was a fastball to the shoulder, and that does not feel good. Cooper Hines getting the start here. Just his 4th start of the year, and he takes a fastball up and out of the zone.
Yeah, the command has not been there the last few batters. Usually the case when you hit 2 people in a row. Batting on different sides of the plate, I might add.
Mm-hmm. And did Hines go around? He did.
It's the case of tough to lay off the high fastball.
Mm-hmm.
And before you realize you shouldn't be swinging, you've already come across the plate.
1-1. Swung on and missed, in and out of the glove. Don't see that very often. 1-2. One run in on a hit batter. Bases loaded for the Cougars here in the first. Trying to take advantage of what could be a rare opportunity. Swung on and missed, another fastball, so it is 3 strikeouts in the inning for Rapierre. But in the middle, he gets into some trouble and walks in a run. 1-0 Cougars as we head to the second. Phil Highland to lead off the second inning and face Zach Litke, who set down the first 3 Regents 1-2-3 in the first. That's outside, ball 1. Cougars lead 1-0 after Rapierre hit a couple of batters back-to-back in the back.
Yeah, again, pretty crazy. You don't usually see the back-to-back hit batters. One's a lefty, one's a righty. Just shows that he was all around the zone in the first, but also spent a lot of time in the zone to the tune of 3 strikeouts.
Well, I think in the fastball was the strikeout pitch on all 3 strikeouts as well, in addition to the pitch that hit the batters. So all over the place, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It's tough to predict.
Litke bounced that well short, 2-0. This is lined in the left field, a base hit. And the Regents have their first base runner of game number 2.
Now to bat left fielder number 9, Troy Tucci.
I'm going to bring up Tucci, the left fielder. As Rockford looks to respond here in the second to the opening run of the game from the Cougars. And that's another pitch in the dirt, and the runner will advance. Litke a little wild here to begin the second inning. Lidke looking in, 1-0 from the stretch. And another pitch in the dirt, but swinging at it was Tucci, and he knows he made a mistake. Everything very still right now here at the Thunderdome. Swing and a miss on a changeup, 1-2, and every pitch here, Justin, feels incredibly meaningful given the stakes these teams are playing with.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it does feel kind of still, and even if it's only the second inning, that's the tying run out on base, and you don't really. I don't know if they fancy getting themselves into another sort of shootout game.
Well, I don't think either pitching staff wants to give up an inning as big as they did in Game 1, each side putting a 5 up in a frame.
Yeah, best to avoid those kind of innings.
Two count. In the dirt again, and runner's going to try to get to third. This is a good throw. He is out.
Nice.
So that's out number 1, but Lidke's control continuing to look erratic in this at-bat.
Yeah, no, I don't know about Highland taking off there, given that ball didn't really get too far away from Zavoli. It was right in front of him. He had him out by 5 or 6 feet, it seemed like.
3-2 here from Lidke is in the dirt, ball 4.
Now it's about the first baseman, number 5, Peyton McCray.
That'll bring up Peyton McCray, the first baseman. McCray, a sophomore from Winnebago, Illinois. Transferred from Carroll University before last season. And he takes strike 1.
Zavoli really received that well.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a strike, but nice framing by Zavoli. And Lidke's been struggling to hit the zone this inning, so he'll take that call for sure. Another ball in the dirt, 1-1. Zavoli doing a lot of work this inning.
Yeah.
Knocking balls down. One is outside. 2-1. The noise starting to come from Rockford again as it did in the first game, but I think everyone's just a little chilly right now as it feels like a bit of a cold front's rolled in. This is lined hard up the middle. They're going to get a break, though. Uba, Vincent, 1 to first. Double play! No. Mariotti didn't hang on to the baseball. I couldn't see it. What an adjustment, though, by Uba on a ball that skipped off the mound. So it's just a fielder's choice in the end, but it is out number 2.
Yeah, a really nice job by Uba. I thought that was getting up the middle.
Mm-hmm.
His adjustment to get over there.
Now it's about the right fielder, number 22, Isaac Mestis.
Going to bring up Isaac Mestis, who, if memory serves, drove in what proved to be the winning run in game number 1.
I do believe so.
Normally I have my notes from the first game handy, but I don't at the moment. That's strike 1 at the knees. There's been that low strike already in this game that's been identifiable that both teams have been getting calls on.
Well, Lidke can definitely use it to his advantage because that's where most of his pitches are missing. If he can just bring it up a little bit on a few of them, like
that
we've
is
seen,
fouled off, 0-2.
he should be able to live there.
The 0-2 from Lidke is a called strike 3, and that ends the inning. Second strikeout for Lidke in the second successive inning. He ends with a K. Cougars lead 1-0 here at the Thunderdome through an inning and a half. Jaime Sandoval, who got himself a couple of hits in the earlier game today, will face Rapierre, who's hit a couple batters already in this game. And starts off with a strike on the lower outside corner, we'll call it. Strikes to away to right-handed batters, and low strikes have been where there's been some stretching of the zone so far in this one, I'd say. The 0-1 is well outside, 1-1. Jaime Sandoval getting his second successive start. Trying to help the Cougars stay in the knack race. He takes a swing at this one and flies it down the right field line. Could be trouble, but it is foul. I think I'm going to take Justin's advice here. He's standing up, trying to feel a little bit warmer. I'm going to do the same. Maybe get some more blood to my feet.
Then you start feeling some more of the wind through the door, and then you sit back down, and then you get cold from sitting. You stand back up. It's an endless cycle. No, we haven't really had many great weather games this year. I mean, not that it's expected in Chicagoland in early spring, but
Rapierre to deliver, 2-2. That's low, full count. And we know that Sandoval's got a good eye.
yeah, hasn't gone chasing a whole lot today.
Can he earn himself a leadoff walk? Yes, he can. Ball 4. Then that'll bring up the 9-hitter, Elijah Hickman.
19, Eli Hickman.
And the long at-bats continue to be a pattern now between the first and second inning for the Cougars.
Eli Hickman making his 6th start of the season. He is 2 for 20 at the plate this year. Has scored 4 runs and has 2 RBIs, so he's been a pinch runner on a few occasions as well, and takes a cut at the first pitch he sees in this game and fouls it off for strike 1. As Justin has sat back down.
Yeah, well, the legs are a little sore today. Another reason why my standing capacity is limited.
Rapierre will check on Sandoval over at first. Jaime's never stolen a base, but no time like the present, I suppose. The 0-1 is just high, apparently. 1-1. Sandoval's got this interesting stance when he leads off at first base where he's almost turned to 90 degrees to his right.
It's an open stance.
Mm-hmm. Which maybe makes it look like he's more eager to run than he is. Hickman checks swing. That ball is dropped, and Sandoval's going to go down to second base as the ball gets away. 1-2 the count to Hickman. Sadly for Jaime, that does not count as a stolen base either.
Pass ball. But I think he'll take it.
Oh, the Cougars will certainly take
position with nobody out.
Yeah, leadoff runner in scoring position, absolutely. 1-2 to Hickman. He is outside, ball 2. Hickman swings and fouls that one off just barely as he stays alive, still 2-2.
Luckily, the catcher wasn't able to corral that.
Hickman trying to stay alive in this at bat, 2-2. Rapierre's pitch is inside, full count.
Another full count. My goodness, we've seen a lot of those.
Why not?
Why not?
It's been a day for full counts. It's what you get, though, in very competitive games. A 1-run game in game 1, and I won't be surprised if that's the difference in this one as well. The 3-2 is lifted way up high in the air by Hickman. Border between the outfield and the infield. Some confusion over there, and eventually making the grab is Zach Hunter for out number 1.
Now to bat, left fielder number 17, Gary Maynard.
And now this is the top of the order with Gary Maynard, who went down swinging at a fastball his first time up. First pitch to Maynard is called a strike. Ropier keeping an eye on Sandoval at second. Delivers high, 1-1. Reminder that these two teams face off again tomorrow, but on the road for the Cougars up in Rockford. 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, nicely blocked by Garcia. 2-1.
Weather permitting, of course.
Yeah, there is a significant chance of rain tomorrow, so those games could be pushed back. But they do have to be played given the conference tournament implications. 2-1. He's high, 3-1. Ropier looking to avoid the walk. And Maynard swings past a fastball. Full count. And I expect to see Ropier go right back to that heater here.
Yeah, if he can throw it for a strike, it's been the pitch that's either been the put away pitch or the pitch that's gotten away from him.
Three-two. Swung on and missed. Same as the first at bat. It's a high fastball that Maynard can't catch up to, and that's out number 2.
Now to bat, the center fielder number 40, Nathan Dewey.
Well, for better or worse, that fastball is certainly a weapon for Ropier.
I think it's only a matter of time today if Maynard sees him again before he catches up to that one and gives it a little bit of a ride.
Absolutely. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that third time through the order if Ropier is still in the game at that time.
Yeah, quite a few pitches early on.
And you've seen there's been a few instances he's trying to throw a breaking ball, and it just slips and stays high.
Yeah, that didn't even sniff the zone. And, I mean, if he can get it across and
you can see what he's trying to do.
Work it in, yeah, absolutely.
Right back to the fastball for strike 1.
That's been the
pitch.
That's his go-to. He throws a lot of fastballs.
The 1-1 is fouled straight back. Another fastball, 1-2. Bryce Vincent is on deck. Dewey and Vincent both singled back in the first. Dewey behind in this count, though, 1-2. The pitch is that attempted breaking ball again, and that just goes sailing on him. Something's really up with that.
He's kind of laughing it off, so I don't think he's too worried about it, but it's definitely not been one he can throw for a strike to this point.
See if he goes back to the heater. 2-2. He does, and it's lined into right field, base hit. Being waved around is Sandoval. We might have a plate the plate here, and Jaime Sandoval is safe. It's an RBI single for Dewey, and it's 2-0 Cougars.
Now to bat, the second baseman, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
That'll bring up Bryce Vincent. So Dewey's good day continues. 2 singles in this game after a great game earlier. Bryce Vincent now looking to get on base for the second time today against Ropier. First pitch to Vincent is low, ball 1.
Rockford up over 50 pitches now.
Dewey goes high, and this throws way off line. If Dewey had seen it immediately, maybe he tries for third. That's a stolen base, though. And now a 2-0 count to Vincent. This is getting to a point to the Cougars. You almost have to sit fastball at the belt. And if it's anything else,
leave it.
Leave it. Because the fastball high, they're swinging through every time. To your point, though, earlier, Justin, if they can time up that fastball, Rapier is going to be out of options.
Yeah, exactly. So
and
that's
this
why,
is popped up straight behind. Is this finally the ball?
No.
It is not.
Yeah, right. If you're not able to throw the breaking pitch over and, you get now, about halfway through the second part of the second time through the order and then a third time through the order, once they've seen it, once they've timed it out, once they know not to go chasing it high.
And we can't see the intricacies of every pitch. I'm not sure we've seen anything but fastballs and those 4 or 5 failed breaking balls that just sail high.
It hasn't looked like a large variety of pitches from up here. Certainly nothing like we saw in Game 1.
No, not at all. 3-1 count, and this is chopped toward third. Going to be a tough play. Hunter over to his left, makes the play. Nice scoop at first by McCray, and that is out number 3. But the Cougars add another run. It's 2-0 as we head to the third. Third inning here at the Thunderdome. 2-0 Cougars. Zach Hunter, who made the last out of the last inning, will lead off batting this inning. And that's a strike from Zach Lichtke.
Sun is at the very least starting to creep back out.
It is trying, although I think it might be because it's setting so much that it is now below the cloud line.
Yeah.
Ground ball, Mariotti, easy play, 1 out. Cougars will take that all day.
Yep. That every at bat.
I think Brody might get a little tired of it if every ball the rest of the game was hit to him. But certainly the end result is someone just walked into Chick-fil-A, and I am now extremely jealous. Anyway.
It would be good. You got me thinking about it.
Back on the baseball field, 1 out here in the top of the third. And stepping in is the center fielder, Tyler Peak. Strike 1 from Lichtke. Lichtke quickly coming set. And a shown bunt and then a foul ball, 0-2. We know Peak's speedy, as we remarked in the first game. He is listed at just 130 pounds. Oh, 2 from Lichtke. High, ball 1. 1-2. Hits him. And he, what? That ball, I'm almost positive, hit him. And he didn't move. His teammates didn't react. It's just called a ball, and I'm very confused.
I think it must have hit the ground first. I don't know.
As this is flown into center field, floating over and making the catch is Dewey for out number 2.
Now it's about the shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
Generally, you at least see players try to sell that.
Yeah, it was a weird. Yeah, he didn't
budge.
There was no reaction from anyone that led me to believe anyone on Rockford thought that he got hit, including
the ball hit his foot,
including Peak.
Just a question of the order of things, as you mentioned, as that's ball 1 high to Fiorito, who flew out to left field his first time up in this game. And I'm even more jealous of his sweatshirt that he's got on now than I was in game 1. 2-0. From Litke. Got to be careful here. And Fiorito took advantage. He has blasted this. He starts his home run trot because this ball is out of here. He knew it from the moment it left his bat that it was gone. 2-1 Cougars as Fiorito gets one back on the solo shot, his 4th of the season.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. You were like, I have to be careful here.
Spoke that into existence.
Number 34, Jared Herzog.
They'll bring up
Unfortunately
Herzog.
so.
Herzog, who grounded out to second base his first time up. But, yeah, that was just an example where Litke put a fastball right down the pipe, and Fiorito was waiting for it.
Exactly what he was sitting on.
The 1-0. This is flown in the air, but much shallower. Got to be careful. Curving foul, and it is a foul ball. Sandoval first to it. Not quite. That's just strike 1 in the end. The 1-1 from Litke is outside 2-1. Hopefully he's able to reset quickly here after the solo shot. That's blown away, 3-1.
Don't want to make the same mistake on 3-1 that you made 2-0 to the last batter.
Absolutely, but no, had 2 quick outs in this inning. Got to put it away when you can. 3-1 is low, ball 4.
Now it's about the catcher, number 16, Christian Garcia.
And that'll bring up Christian Garcia, the catcher, who has to shed his shin guards. Garcia struck out his first time up. But as I reiterated in the first game, he's the power threat on this Rockford team. 2 down and a run in. And that's a great block by Zavoli, ball 1. Herzog at first. That's high and outside. Ball 2. And that's low and inside. That's ball 3. The 3-0 is a strike on the outside corner.
It's a good spot. I'd like to see him go right back there here.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely would. Fastball, same spot, low and outside. Try to get that ground ball or swing and a miss. The 3-1 is ball 4. Back-to-back walks after the home run, all with 2 outs here in the third. Trouble potentially brewing.
We're going to get a mound visit.
Not surprising here, given the circumstances. Phil Highland will be the batter. Highland, who singled but then was picked off.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 25, Phil Highland.
So 2 on, 2 out here in the top of the third. Cougars still have a 1-run lead after a solo shot earlier this inning by Hunter Fiorito. Litke trying to pitch his way out of this trouble. That's a breaking ball for strike 1. Looks to have caught Highland a bit off guard there. A 1. Fouled straight back 0-2.
Good to see those a little more elevated. He's had some problems missing low in the zone, and even some of the strikes he's gotten have been lower in the zone.
Checks on the runner. The 0-2 pitch is low and inside. Ball 1. Zvoli popping up quickly to make sure none of the runners are straying too far away from the bases they currently occupy. One and 2 the count with 2 down. Ground ball towards short. Uba will scoop to second base for out number 3, and that will end the inning. Regents get one back, though. A solo home run by Hunter Fiorito has them within 1 as we head to the bottom of the third. Brody Mariotti to lead off the home third here at the Thunderdome. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you. Cougars looking to add to what is currently just a one-run lead as Mariotti pops this ball up on the first pitch. Over toward the foul line. Lots of movement going on, and eventually it's Mestis, the right fielder, who makes the catch for out number 1. Ball spent a long time up in the air.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 6, Matt Uba.
That'll bring up Matt Uba, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. Rapierre is still the pitcher, and there is no one in the bullpen. Two and two now to Uba. Rapierre trying to get a little bit more control over his fastball and maybe other pitches. We don't really know what else he's got because it looks like he's tried to throw that breaking ball that hasn't worked. That was a fastball off the hands into shallow center. No one's going to get there. It's a single for Uba. Some commotion here as we to announce that a car needs to be moved, and the man responsible did not take any shame in being the man responsible, I should say. That's strike one from Zavoli as he fouls that off. So Uba on first off a bloop single with one out here in the bottom of the third.
And some softball news in the NAC. Benedictine beat Aurora twice today.
Oh, that was close at first base. Uba barely in time on a really well-timed throw. So Benedictine wins the softball championship for the NAC.
We've just been giving information by Sid PL, our resident softball player, that Benedictine scored 5 runs in the 6th. And won a crazy one. So they're going to the NAC tourney final next weekend against whoever won the North Division.
And again, the game we'll be keeping an eye on here is that IIT versus Dominican game, the second game of their doubleheader today. That game is underway, and in the bottom of the 5th, the IIT Scarlet Hawks lead 5-1. So if IIT were able to hold that lead, it would be good news for both of these teams here. 2-2 now to Zavoli. Again, Rockford controls their own destiny. They win out. They will be that 4th seed. Zavoli able to turn on this one and send it down the left field line and just foul. That ball was going to probably bounce left of the fence extension no matter what. That thing could have been headed for Division Street and would have probably been at least 1 run, but instead the count will simply remain 2-2. Quick timeout. Now Zavoli steps back in. 2-2 from Rapierre. Slowing outside, full count. Another one.
Yeah, yet another one. That is, I feel like we've had one every single at-bat today.
Another tense pitch here. 3-2 to Zavoli. Throw over to first. Uba is back safely. 4:30 local time here in Chicago. River Forest, to be more precise, the near west suburbs, I think it'd be fair to call them.
So we're an hour into game 2 for those of you keeping track at home.
Running at about MLB traditional pace. The first game took about 3 hours on the dot. We are headed for something similar here. Three-two, runner goes. And that's barely a foul tip from Zavoli. Uba will trot back to first base. Another throw over. Uba not far enough off the base to have to slide this time as he trots back over.
Not everyone here a fan of the multiple pickoff attempts.
Full count. And this is scooped in the air again by Zavoli, and again it is out of play. 3-2 again upcoming. Both Zavoli and Rapierre taking their time. 3-2 again is fouled off. Zavoli fighting up there right now. I've lost count of how many pitches this at bat has gone, but we've got to be.
This will be the 10th.
Getting in. I was going to say we got to be getting into longest at bat of the day territory, which it now will be. Another 3-2 upcoming from Rapierre. He's going to throw over again. And that ball almost gets away.
Not only has there been 10 pitches, but I think there's been 4 pickoff attempts in this at bat. Michael Zavoli has been at the plate
for a while.
I mean, it was when I got on the PA to announce the car that was going to be towed. That feels like an excessively long time ago.
We're burning daylight here, folks. There are no lights at the stadium. And I think Rapierre would like his offense to get back to bat here at some point, and they've picked Uba off. So on throw number 6, they're going to finally get him. Persistence pays off, I guess.
I suppose so.
We still have a 3-2 count to deal with, though. And it's flown in the air by Zavoli behind home plate.
It would only be right if that were the one that ended up hitting ours, hitting the top of our press box after
pitch number 11 or whatever it is.
Longest at bat, I want to say in baseball history, but I don't
think we're quite at that point yet. Another 3-2 is another foul ball, my goodness. So it's 12 pitches? How many we at now?
I believe that was 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That was 11.
So pitch number 12 upcoming of this at bat. It has included 6 pickoff attempts, the final one that was successful. 3-2 again. This ball is in play, in the air, shallow left field. A few players coming on. Who's going to get it? In the end, it is the left fielder. That is Tucci. And that ends the inning. So after all of that, the Cougars don't come up with anything here in the third. We head to the fourth, 2-1 CUC.
Now to bat, left fielder number 9, Troy Tucci.
Fourth inning here at the Thunderdome. Troy Tucci, who finished the last inning with that catch in left field, will start here against Litke, and that is strike one.
Good to see strike one, Alex.
It's a beautiful thing, right? 1 run on 2 hits so far for Rockford, including a solo home run. That's fouled off for strike 2. 2 runs on 4 hits for the Cougars. No errors by either side yet in this game. The 0-2 is fouled off toward the Rockford dugout. Another 0-2 from Litke. Strike 3 swinging. There's a good quick strikeout. That's what we like to see.
Indeed.
1 down.
Indeed.
Now to bat, the first baseman number 5, Peyton McCray.
That'll bring up Peyton McCray, who grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up in this one. First pitch from Litke is right over the plate, strike 1. There we go. No messing around here in the 4th inning. How about it?
Oh, it would be nice. You wouldn't hear any complaints out of me.
The 0-1 is way up and in. And
Let's not
do that.
let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
IIT still leads 5-2 now, bottom of the 5th. Again, a win for IIT means that Rockford could take the lead in the race for 4th place outright with a win, and it would mean the Cougars would be back to within. I've got to make sure I'm giving accurate information. I think it would mean the Cougars would be back to within 2 games of Dominican. This is driven in the left field base hit. And I'm going to correct myself here in a second because I know I just messed up that math because I know that Dominican and Rockford have the same record. And I don't know what happened out there in left field, but Maynard was slow getting the ball in, and what should have been a single turns into a double.
Now to bat, the right fielder number 22, Isaac Mestas.
Yeah, and I missed what happened there too because I, again, was already typing in my computer 1B7.
So to
Looked up
recap,
and he's racing to second.
Sorry about that. Going into this game, Rockford and Dominican are both 5-12 in conference. The Cougars are 3-14. So a win for the Cougars here today and a loss for Dominican would get them within a game of both Rockford and Dominican going into tomorrow. So McCray at second after legging out a double. Delivery from Litke is in the dirt. And we saw this earlier, Justin, when Litke allowed men on base, everything started going in the dirt. He can't allow that to happen again.
No, that's part of the reason why an hour and 10 minutes in, we're here in the 4th inning.
The 1-0 is a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
And that's the same spot that he hit to break him out of the funk last time when he was having trouble finding the zone. So hopefully
the 1-1 is just outside, 2-1. Litke now at 63 pitches through 4 1/3 innings to this point. Unlike Cole Carman, who's a guy who we know is capable of going the distance, and even Weston Stutzman, who replaced him, we wouldn't anticipate Litke having even planned to go the full 9 in this game, as that swung and missed on a ball nowhere near the strike zone, but Litke will take it 2-2. Litke, a guy, of course, who moved from the bullpen into the starting rotation just over the last few weeks.
We did see him go the distance against Benedictine.
So we know it is possible, although at 64 pitches now.
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
believe
fourth.
he had as many pitches early on in that game.
That's just outside, full count. Litke checks on the runner. The 3-2 pitch is lined into center field. Dewey is there, makes the catch. Runner will not tag. That's out number 2.
Now to bat, the third baseman, number 1, Zach Hunter.
That'll bring up Zach Hunter, who grounded to Brody Mariotti to begin the third inning. We were hoping every at-bat would be that simple from that point on. We have not gotten our wish.
No, we have not.
That's strike 1, though, from Litke.
And you got to think the weather is playing into a lot of this as well, you know.
Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody loves playing when it's cold outside, but pitchers in particular don't enjoy it. It affects your ability to get a grip on the ball and really feel the ball in your hand properly and feel like you're getting, the maximum spin on your pitches. That's fouled off. 0-2 now. Ball hardens up a bit too, so it doesn't pop off the bat quite the same way either. 0-2 is a called strike 3. Nice pitch there. A fastball on the outside corner from Litke. It's another clean inning for him. It's 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Bottom 4 here at the Thunderdome. And we've got a...
Now to bat, the DH, number 3, Cooper Hines.
No, Cooper Hines are not batted yet. My notes were a bit screwed up because I had been on the wrong side of the paper last inning. Anyway, Cooper Hines struck out his first time up, DHing in this game. And he will face Rapierre, who is at 74 pitches to start the frame. And he starts with a strike. Alex Campbell, Justin Bjorseth with you for one final time here.
One last ride in the booth this year. It's been a year.
That's down and in, ball 1. And this is fouled off. That'll be 1-2. The 1-2 from Rapierre. Swung and missed on the fastball. Strike 3 and out number 1.
to bat the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
That'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. He walked his first at bat after, if I recall, working a 3-2 count. This is pitch number 80 coming from Rapierre, and it is popped straight up by Sandoval behind home plate. Room for Garcia, the catcher, to make the catch for out number 2.
Now to bat the right fielder, number 19, Eli Hickman.
Hickman will be the batter. Hickman, who lined out to third base earlier in the game. There's the breaking ball. Is that the first time we've seen it thrown for a strike today?
Well, we can't say anything for certain from up here.
That is very true, but I mean that was an off-speed pitch thrown for a strike. And I can't remember seeing one at any other point in this game.
No. Few and far between, at least.
Swung on and missed, 1-2. And that is a called strike 3. So a quick inning all the way around here in the 4th. We'll go to the 5th. Still 2-1 Cougars. Fifth inning. Litke back to the bump for the Cougars.
The center fielder, number 19, Tyler Peak.
And Tyler Peak will be the batter to begin the inning. Back-to-back innings where neither team scored any runs. First time we could say that all day. As this is lined hard to third. Nice pick by Sandoval. Throw to first in time. Out number 1. Well done by Jaime Sandoval.
Yeah, I don't know how much time Sandoval spends in the film room, but he had him played perfectly. In on the grass, it was shot right to him. Quick reflexes.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
That'll bring up Fiorito, who hit a home run his last time up. Bullpens are empty. As we play the 5th. Litke has thrown 70 pitches now. And starts high, ball 1. What we saw last time Fiorito was up was Litke fell behind 2-0 and then put one right down the pipe, and Fiorito did not miss it.
Yeah, I do recall.
And now it's 2-0 again.
Don't re-speak it into existence.
Let's see if Mr. Litke has learned something from his prior experiences. Isn't that what life's all about?
It is. This could be quite a redemption arc here.
Well, that's a fair ball. And this thing is rolling and rolling and rolling and is out of play. And I didn't even know that that was the rule here. And Fiorito is still running. He's a little confused why he has to stop, I think. So this is going to be a ground rule double of the non-MLB variety. It is the ball disappeared, so you get a double. Even though if he was allowed to run it out, that's potentially an inside-the-park home run.
Oh, completely.
So it'll go down as a double.
I'm seeing because I know there's a specific input for a ground rule double, but we haven't run into that this year because
bouncing one over the fence is hard.
Believe it or not, no one has bounced one over the giant wall in center field yet.
Yeah, shocking. I know.
One of these days, though. Just like one of these days we'll get a foul ball off the booth.
Well, hopefully not right here with Herzog, who's got a runner in scoring position now in a one-run game. And he takes strike one at the knees. Licky will throw back to second. That's a nice throw. Sliding back in time is Fiorito. You thought they had him there for a second.
I did think they had him for a second. I got very excited. We've been waiting all year to see that executed. I really like that play. A lot of things we've been waiting for that we're running out of time on.
Seriously. Lots of movement out there at second base. 0-1 pitch is fouled off, 0-2. And Litke will step off, and Zavoli's going to go have a conversation after I think he shook off several signs there, Litke. Count stays right now 0-2. One out here in the top of the fifth. Throw back to second again, and Fiorito back again in time. Dominican have taken the lead over IIT. It is 7-5 Stars. Again, these teams are probably not aware of that, but it does have implications. This is fouled off again, still 0-2.
For you at home to know.
Absolutely. Just to know how important this game is for these teams. The Stars will certainly be rooting for the Cougars to win this game and split the day.
Yeah. A little different when you're in control of your own destiny.
That is chopped back up the middle. Vincent has it, throws to first. Mariotti makes the pick. Nicely done for out number 2, and the runner advances to third. Yeah, it would mean if the Cougars were to win this game, it would shift control of destiny from Rockford to Dominican.
If Dominican holds on.
Yes. Again, they currently lead that game in the 6th inning. They're a little ahead of us. 2 down for Garcia. Leading run producer on the team this season. And is hit with the first pitch by Litke. And now we're going to have a mound visit.
No, I think he's just getting the baseball.
Yep, you're right. He is just getting the baseball. Because I was going to say normally Colin Connor takes care of all the mound visits.
Now to bat the second baseman, number 25, Phil Highland.
And that'll bring up Phil Highland. Highland, who in this game got a single and then was picked off and grounded into a fielder's choice. Two outs, runners on the corners, and the Cougars still lead by 1. Can Litke keep it that way? First pitch swinging, strike 1 on the foul. Litke's gotten into a couple sticky situations in this game, but has generally handled them well.
I hope we don't jinx anything, but yeah, he's he's, at the end of the day right here, you're just focused on the batter. 1 out away from getting out of this.
0-1. That's outside, 1-1. The yelling during the windup from the Rockford dugout is back.
I don't like that. That goes from just fun baseball banter and back and forth to just borderline Bush League.
And it's one thing if, you see it at the major league level when there's thousands of fans maybe in a stadium and you can't really pick out when any individual one person out of, say, 30,000 is yelling at you.
Right. Well, the fans are held to a different standard.
Yes.
They're fans. They're paying. They're there to be entertained. They're going to entertain themselves whatever way possible.
1-2 now to Highland. Litke looking to strand 2 Regents. This is hit hard. Uba on a tough bounce will flip to Vincent for out number 3, and that will end the inning. 2 more runners stranded by Rockford. Cougars lead 2-1 as we're halfway home in game number 2.
Now to bat the left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
Top of the order for the Cougars here in the 5th. They still lead 2-1, as now that is 6 stranded runners for the Regents. Gary Maynard has had 2 at-bats in this game. They have looked eerily similar. He struck out on high fastballs from Rapierre. That fastball too high, also outside, ball 1. This is fouled straight back, 1-1.
Yeah, I said last time after his last at-bat that I felt it was only a matter of time here until if he got to see Rapierre again.
Yeah,
might unload on one of those fastballs.
Rapierre now at 86 pitches. That's a strike. And it's 1-2. So I think we all know what pitch he's getting right here, or do you think Rapierre changes it up?
It goes back to, do you want to try to catch him off guard or don't fix what isn't broken?
One, 2 is too high. I think that was an attempted off-speed pitch of some sort. Again, we haven't really seen Rapierre have success with anything but the fastball today. 2-2. He's only managed to allow, though, 2 runs despite basically sticking to 1 pitch.
And getting into, long at-bats, just big counts. This is 2-2. We've seen several 3-2 counts. I think somewhere in some alternate universe, Michael Zavoli's at-bat is still going on.
2-2. He's outside. Full count.
There.
Although, hey, depending on how you define different types of pitches, as you'll hear many baseball fans say, Mariano Rivera might have been the greatest closer of all time, and he only threw 1 pitch.
Yep.
3-2 is low. There's a walk.
The dreaded leadoff walk.
Now to bat, the center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
They'll bring up Dewey. He's got 2 singles and an RBI in this game, and is having himself quite a Saturday. Can Dewey get the best of Rapier again? First pitch, there's that off speed.
Yep. There's a breaking pitch in the zone for strike and 1.
An endangered species in this game. The 0-1. Outside, Rapier looking a little less concerned about Maynard at first right now.
I'd say the action in his bullpen probably has something to do with that. He might have been told in the dugout, hey, just...
Never mind.
We jinx everything, so if you're listening at home, just ignore us for the most part. No.
Telling the folks at home to put us on mute? That's not what we want.
No. But, yeah, I think he knows. He throws over there again.
Although, speaking of people at home, shout out to the families from Cave Creek, Arizona, a couple of whom made a point to stop up here last week and say how much they enjoyed the broadcast and that they watch out at home in the Phoenix area all the time. They were here last weekend for Senior Day, and it was a beautiful day here at CUC, so that all worked out very well. So a special shout out to everyone out in Arizona watching the broadcast today. We really appreciate you always tuning in.
Well, they enjoyed that weather a lot more than they would have been enjoying today.
Absolutely, no question, as that's a called strike on the outside corner, 1-2 to Dewey.
Not sure if this would be the most pleasurable experience for people who spend the entire year in the sun and the warm.
Probably not.
That's not what it looks like here today, folks.
We hope it's nicer where you are. 1-2 pitch is lined down the right field line and foul. And that is a wild pitch that gets to the backstop. No throw coming. Gary Maynard is down to second base.
You think I should give him the steal?
I'll leave that to you.
That was obviously a wild pitch. The wild pitch to end all wild pitches. Reminiscent of Rick and Keel in the playoffs back in his days as a pitcher.
A 2-2 count here from Rapier to Dewey. Breaking ball, and that's going to be blooped out into right field. No catch made. It drops. Dewey will stop at first. Heading for third is Gary Maynard. Runners on the corners and nobody out for the Cougars.
Well, sometimes it's just your day.
Whoa. The play is still going. Dewey's into second base. No one was there. Play's never dead in baseball unless the umpire calls time. What a move by Dewey to notice there was simply nobody standing there, and he go ahead and swiped second.
Number 32, Bryce Vincent.
Well, as I was saying, and he's just having himself a day out there. And when it's your day, that was a really weird breaking pitch because that didn't look like it was going to be a strike. I don't know if it ended up even being a strike, but he took a swing at it, found a hole, and now there's runners on second and third with nobody out in the Cougars' half of the fifth. In the meat of the order coming up.
I'm very confused. There's a player warming up down in the bullpen. He's wearing the wrong color jersey. That is lined foul by Vincent.
Will be interesting.
Oh, no, is he wearing purple? And my sunglasses are deceiving me? He is wearing purple. Okay. It looks like he was wearing black there for a moment.
I'm still seeing black.
And I'm confused. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure what to make of that.
Well, it'll be like the quarterback in practice wearing the red jersey. The pitcher will come out.
It's a pitcher. Didn't he pitch earlier? Let's see who that is. No,
17.
That is Carson Balser, who was up in the bullpen in Game 1, but never actually came in the game.
Maybe because he had the wrong jersey on.
Doesn't look like a jacket or anything. Something to watch for. 1-2 count here to Vincent. No one on. Runners at second and third. It's outside. 2-2. Another
Off-speed
update.
pitch.
Dominican has had themselves quite a bottom of the sixth. They now lead IIT 9-5. Dominican, who walked off the first game in the 10th inning, as Vincent skies this ball foul down the right side. Count will stay full.
And Rapier has gone north of 100 pitches as of a few pitches ago. That's considered a long outing in the MLB.
Vincent flares this the other way, shallow right field. Runner Maynard tags, but the throw was going to be on line, so everyone will go back. And it's simply out number one.
Now to bat, first baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
And here is Brody Mariotti with two men on. Mariotti has struck out and flown out to right in this game. And if there was any time for him to come through with, ever a time, for him to come through with a hit, this would be it right here. And it looks like Rapier is going to have the chance to face him. First pitch of the at-bat is in the dirt, ball one.
Yeah, those are big insurance runs out there right now. As this game inches toward the finish line.
Cougars would feel a lot better about it if Brody Mariotti could bring home 2 runs here. That's outside, 2-0. Or maybe Rapier is just going to stay away from him and is fine if this results in a walk.
Cougars scored in the first and second. Haven't scored in the 3 ensuing innings.
Rockford got their lone
So
run in
far.
the third. 2-0 to Mariotti. And that is high, 3-0.
I don't think he's going to see a strike here on 3-0.
It's probably the safe bet, and given how long there's been a pitcher warming up down the left field line, maybe Rapier is just really buying time here. 3-0. In the dirt, ball 4. And the bases are loaded here for the Cougars. Will there be a bullpen move now?
At the shortstop, number 6, Matt Uba.
It looks
And
that way.
it looks like there will be. So a pitching change is going to be made. Matt Uba, this is actually going to be really interesting if if the change is made. Matt Uba's a lefty. Rapier is a lefty. The pitcher warming up in the bullpen is right-handed. So let's see what the decision is here. Could just be a mound visit in the end, but the pitcher down the line is warm.
I don't know, Alex. I stay with the lefty against the lefty. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe that's...
No, I think that's the right call. Carson Balser is the pitcher warming up. We saw him warming up during the first game. Ultimately never came in.
Like, it doesn't even look like the plan was to throw Mariotti a strike there.
No.
Was that really his last step? Is he really going to let him end with Mariotti walking him and then take him out with the lefty coming in? I don't think that I think this is just a meeting of the minds at the mound.
So it'll bring up Matt Uba. Uba has been hit by a pitch and singled before being picked off in that longest at-bat ever where the 6th throw over finally got number 6. A huge at-bat right here. Bases loaded, 1 out. And stepping in is Matt Uba. And he takes a breaking ball for strike 1. We've seen that this inning. Every batter has gotten that breaking ball pretty much. At least the last 3 have all gotten that breaking ball as the first pitch they saw.
110 pitches now.
Bases full of Cougars, who lead by 1 here in the 5th. Uba swings and misses at a fastball, 0-2. Michael Zavoli is the man on deck. 0-2 here. The pitch is low and outside, ball one. Zavoli's a switch hitter on deck, so I don't know how that's going to factor into the pitching decision. Balser is still throwing down there, or at least staying warm in his not matching jersey. Or his jersey that from here looks like it doesn't match. I honestly can't tell for sure anymore. Ball two. You guys agreed, though, that thing does not look purple?
I think it looks black. I mean, I don't know how many uniforms Rockford has in their arsenal.
Well, we'll find out here at some point. 2-2 pitch is fouled off.
But, yeah, I don't know, because now I'm looking more at the left fielder, and out there that jersey looks black from here, too. So now I'm starting to think that that's just the perception down there, but I don't know.
Yeah, and he's got a black undershirt on. This is what we're worried about up here, folks. This is what happens
bases
when you
loaded one out, and we're talking about the
color of the jersey of the pitcher in the bullpen. 2-2 pitch to Uba is fouled off. Another 2-2 upcoming. And was Uba hit? He was. And for the second time today, a hit batter is going to bring in a run for the Cougars. And I got to imagine that is going to be it for Rapierre, and it is. And the question is it a double switch of some sort that's going to go on here? Well, the umpires are talking things over. Looks like there's some sort of complaint being lodged here by Bob Koopman. I don't know what he could be complaining about. Now we've got a shrug from Rapierre.
It's really cold, Alex, so I don't necessarily want to go down to the field to have to retrieve any information. Now here we have what looks like a standard pitching change.
So the pitching change is going to be made. That's going to be it for Rapierre. And he departs having just walked in the second time he's walked in a run today. He will depart, and the Cougars lead 3-1 here in the fifth. New pitcher in the game for the Regents. It is number 17, Carson Balser, making his 11th appearance of the season. He has started 8 times this year. He's got a 7.515 ERA, but he's 0-6 on the year, and he has allowed 10 home runs. So 10 home runs allowed in 45 and a third.
You got strike one. A questionable spot.
But hey, Cougars would love a home run right here as Zavoli switches around to the left side. And Balser's just kind of up there firing. His warm-up pitches weren't exactly consistent. It looks like he just kind of pulls it back and lets it go. He's got the bases loaded right now, and he's got a 2-run deficit he's looking at, trying to not let it get any worse. If that's his MO, is to just bring his ball up by his ear and throw fastballs, I can maybe understand how he's given up 10 home runs if guys just sit on that pitch.
Certainly.
Mr. Zavoli has 5 home runs this year, so certainly a threat. He's fouled off this one again, 2-2.
Yeah, this is the Cougars' chance to break this one open because it's cold. It's miserably cold. Maybe that was a little dramatic. I can't imagine it's very pleasant to be playing in this right now. And so, and even with everything on the line, though, you give Rockford the chance to roll over. The way you do that.
And that is a called strike 3 on Zavoli, out number 2.
He didn't like the call, and that's not necessarily – you don't usually see the catcher go down on a questionable strike 3.
Because they know the strike zone better than anyone, absolutely. Cooper Hines stepping in now. Cooper has struck out twice today. Cougars really need him to put the ball in play here, though. First pitch gets away, and racing home and scoring is Dewey.
Wild pitch all around.
Nothing Garcia behind the plate was going to do about that one.
No. Well, that's one way to get a run. 2 runs now produced with 0 hits. Not total, but you had the hit batter that brought in a run, and then that.
So yeah, three of the 4 runs the Cougars have today have resulted from things that weren't hits. 2-0 to Cooper Hines. 2 hit batters with the bases loaded, and now a wild pitch. And Hines lifts this in the air, shallow right field.
Could be trouble.
Collection of players, could be trouble, and it's dropped.
No, it's caught.
And that hits the ground. Uba scores. Mariotti scores. 2 more runs for the Cougars on the bloopiest of bloop singles.
You think? I'm thinking E9.
That could be E9 as well, sure. E9 sounds good to me, but it's 2 more runs.
I think he dropped the ball.
So that's 4 runs down the inning, and suddenly it's a 6-1 Cougars lead. And that'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. Jaime looks at strike 1. Jaime in this game has walked and popped out to the catcher. That's way upstairs. Ball 1. IIT fighting back. In the 7th inning, they trail Dominican 9-7. 1-1 pitch to Sandoval is fouled off, 1-2. And this is a chopper back up the middle. Could be awkward. Nice play, though, by Fiorito, and that will end the inning. But the Cougars get 4 runs in the frame. We'll head to the 6th. 6-1 CUC. Sixth inning, and how about that scoreboard, folks? 6-1 Cougars.
Now to bat left fielder number 9, Troy Tucci.
Troy Tucci to lead off the inning. He has walked and struck out. Zach Litke still on the mound as that is pitch number 83 for strike one.
Yes. Yes, it was. I'm not sure if it was on the swing or the call, but a strike nonetheless.
And that one bounces in. Ball one. There's some movement in the Cougars bullpen, and someone is throwing. I just can't see who. I think it might be Chandler Kerr, but I'm not positive.
See if I can get a gander.
And Ryan McGee confirms I'm right. Chandler Kerr is the arm warming in the Cougars bullpen. That is strike two. As this is chopped on the third base line, Sandoval actually
fortunate
kind of
bounce.
gets fortunate. That's a crazy hop sideways, and it's just a foul ball in the end. Even if that had gone straight, I'm not sure he would have had time to make the play at first.
No, that was going to be an infield hit if that ball stayed fair. Fortunate for CUC that took a weird hop and skipped foul.
The 1-2 from Litke is again grounded to the left side, and it is through for a base hit for Tucci to begin the inning.
Now to bat the first baseman number 5, Peyton McCray.
That'll bring up Peyton McCray, who is grounded into a fielder's choice and doubled. How big would it be for Litke to get another clean inning right here? He's had back-to-back clean frames, trying to preserve this 5-run advantage. First pitch is a strike to McCray. Tucci the runner at first. Litke checks and throws. That is strike two. And another pitcher now warming in the bullpen for Rockford. That is number 7, Clay Goodwin, who is up for the Regents.
Another left-hander.
A lefty-heavy staff for Rockford. 0-2 is in the dirt and blocked. Throw down to second was in time, but it gets away from Bryce Vincent. There won't be any further advancement, but a missed opportunity there as Zavoli's throw was offline.
Yeah, well, he was all out of sorts when he picked up the ball. He wasn't. That's not your customary position to be throwing the ball down to second base
it is
for a
not.
catcher.
Would have been a great play if he was able to get it there. But the wild pitch sees Tucci advance down to second base. 1-2 count. And this is flared foul to the right. Not a lot of lefty bats in this lineup, though. So it'll be interesting to see if Chandler Kerr is the pitcher to come in, where he gets dropped into things. And that is a called strike three. It's another strikeout for Litke.
Now to bat the right fielder number 22, Isaac Mestis.
That's 5 Ks
It's
in the
42
game.
coming up. We got a pinch hitter.
We have a pinch hitter. So Mestis will not bat.
He's number 42, Jordan Lee.
And Jordan Lee will play in his 25th game of the season. A .234 hitter. He is 9 for 9 in stolen bases this season, so that's why he's in the game.
Well, yeah.
One down. And that is a first pitch strike from Litke to Lee. Tucci still the runner at second. Pitchers continue to warm in both bullpens. The 0-1 is high, ball one. The 1-1 is on the outside corner, strike two. Lidke hunting for another K. This will be pitch 96 upcoming.
Approaching 2 hours of game time here in game two.
A game that's moved at about the same pace as game one. Not particularly quick, that's outside. Although actually we're just starting the sixth, so this game might actually be going slower than the first game.
Don't tell Rob Manfred.
The light's starting to fade.
Yeah, honestly.
Although I've got sunglasses on, so that does deceive me a little bit.
Yeah, I'd probably say that you probably don't need those anymore. But
that's grounded up the middle.
Keep the look, I get it.
Uba Fields, and that is out number two. It's mostly a glare thing. I just, everything's a little bit clearer.
The third baseman, number 1, Zach Hunter.
But no, regardless, I mean, it's not getting dark. It's only 5:30, but
there is noticeably less light than there was earlier.
Yes. I mean, you said it like the sun was going down. That's why it was creeping out.
2 outs here in the away sixth. Tucci has advanced to third base, and that's strike one to the batter, Zach Hunter. Hunter fouls it off right over the Concordia dugout, 0-2. Litke looking to strand another runner. The 0-2 pitch is fouled off again. The 0-2 again is grounded to third. Nice hop right to Sandoval. Throw to first is in time for out number 3. Another runner stranded by Zach Litke. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth. 6-1 Cougars. A pinch hitter to begin the 6th inning here for the Cougars. Elijah Hickman is done for the day. Colton Wallace will come into the batter's box. Colton this season has appeared in now 18 games. A 308 hitter, 848 OPS, 1 home run, 11 RBIs. And we've got a new pitcher in the game as well for Rockford. This is Clay Goodwin, a junior from St. Francisville, Illinois. And that first pitch is high for a ball. Goodwin, this is his 9th appearance. He has a 9.2 ERA in 14 2/3, 11 Ks to 14 walks, and a whip of 2.8. So an opportunity here to put a couple more runs on the board for the Cougars. Wallace swings and misses at an off-speed pitch, 1-1.
Who's to say they're not chasing 5 in a run rule, Alex? Who's to say?
Big news from Dominican, I'll get to in a second, as that swung and missed. Remember how I mentioned that Dominican had a big bottom of the 6th?
I do.
IIT is at a bigger top of the 7th. The Scarlet Hawks are in front 10-9.
Wow. Crazy weekend of baseball. Crazy weekend in action.
So that's 5 runs in the top of the 7th and only 1 out? What is going on at Dominican? Bases are loaded with Scarlet Hawks. That is a mess of a game over there right now. As Wallace flies this in the air, center field, adjusting and now charging and making the catch. Is Peak.
Now to bat the left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
Top of the order, and Gary Maynard. Now, if you like to root for chaos scenarios, the chaos scenario is absolutely IIT holds on to their new lead and wins, and the Cougars win this game.
See, that's double because you can root for chaos while rooting for the Cougars because that's what they need.
A foul ball bunt from Maynard for strike 1. And yes, it would be chaotic, and you're right, Justin, it would, generally speaking, help the Cougars. The 0-1 is way up, high in the air, behind home plate, and out of play. 0-2. The 0-2 from Goodwin is lined right back at him into center field, base hit. Gary Maynard aboard for the 2nd consecutive at bat.
Now to bat, center fielder, number 40, Nathan Dewey.
And here's the man of the hour. Nathan Dewey has 3 singles today, or I should say in this game. Man on and 1 on. Man on and 1 down here in the home 6th. That is outside, ball 1. Goodwin last pitched against IIT, and he only pitched 1 inning, so was not used in last weekend's 4-game series as the umpire calls time.
They might be using him here purposefully in a lower leverage situation, knowing what could potentially be on the line tomorrow.
And that's a wild pitch, and down to second goes Gary Maynard. This is a big if, but if the Cougars could find another big inning, they would need 5 runs to bring the 7th inning run rule into effect. Which, given the circumstances, I'm not sure either team would really be game for, given the importance of these games. So I don't know if Rockford would concede in that fashion.
You make a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Technically, they don't have to agree. It's not like softball where
7 runs after 5, game is over. And no one gets to talk about it. 3-1.
I'd say the weather and the time of the day, though, plays. And
That is the other factor. If you have a big inning, let's say, and we're pushing, I don't know, if we're pushing 7 o'clock here in a bit, you never know. Dewey has pulled this hard down the line. It's out of play, though. Foul ball, full count. Yeah, I agree with you, Justin. I think given the pace of this game, the light could be the issue before anyone could score enough runs to make that the issue.
yes.
IIT has added another run, 11-9 in the 7th. Keep you posted on how that game turns out, because it looks like it will finish before ours. As this is hit hard the other way, that's a great piece of hitting by Dewey, slapping it through the hole. Gary Maynard is charging for home. The play at the plate. He's out. It is a 4th single of the day, of the game, I should say, for Nathan Dewey. But Gary Maynard came up, by my estimation, 3 or 4 inches short. Colin Connor thinks he was safe, but I hate to break it to the CUC coach that Gary Maynard was, in fact, out at the plate.
He was, and I love the hustle.
An aggressive move.
Second baseman, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
And now 2 down in the inning for Bryce Vincent. Bryce in this game, a single, a ground out, and a fly out to right. But have a day, Nathan Dewey.
Yeah. Yeah, batting average will look real nice after a day like this.
That's outside, ball 1. But a missed opportunity for the Cougars to add another run. Maynard is fast. He is not that fast. But a player who's certainly important enough that, especially only in the 6th inning, you're not going to pull for a pinch runner, per se. And especially not when you're up 5 runs. Pitch from Goodwin to Vincent is high. 2-0. See if Bryce can get something to hit here. Runner goes, and Vincent into left field for a base hit. And here's some really aggressive base running. Oh, boy. But he's in safely. Dewey gets all the way to third on the head start after a single by Bryce Vincent. 3 straight base hits for the Cougars.
Now to bat, first baseman, number 8, Brody Mariotti.
Now you want to look for an opportunity to put a game away? This is it right here.
I think you're looking at it.
Brody Mariotti against a left-handed pitcher who's struggling with his command right now. Brody could put this game out of reach for good. Mariotti in this game has struck out, flown out to right, and walked. Can the CUC fans get one more Brody big fly at the Thunderdome this season? That's low for ball 1. He was basically intentionally walked his last time up.
Yeah, intentionally walked.
And I won't be surprised if the strategy is similar here. Goodwin, a long look into Garcia, his catcher. Runners at the corners and 2 down. The 1-0 is a breaking ball over the plate for a strike. I think Brody's going to wait for a fastball in the zone.
Yeah, I don't think he was too eager to take a swing at that.
And he drives this one to left field. Did the left fielder read it well? He did. That is out number 3 on a very hard hit ball. The Cougars strand 2. We go to the 7th, 6-1 CUC. A couple changes to tell you about. First of all, out in right field, Niles Gall has taken over for the Cougars. And on the mound, making his 9th appearance of the season, is Chandler Kerr. And he comes out of the bullpen for the 3rd time. Chandler is 1-2 with a 7.39 ERA in 28 innings pitched, 29 strikeouts, 22 walks, and a whip just over 2. Peak, the batter, to begin the inning here in the 7th. Lefty against lefty. And time called before a pitch can even be thrown.
Because why would it go any other way?
Chandler, a sophomore from Lockport. Not too far from where I grew up. That's ball 1. There's a strike. Chandler last weekend pitched 1 inning. Allowed 1 run that was unearned. 2 hits. As this is a bunt down the first base line. No play to be made. And Peak shows off the wheels there with a bunt single.
Now to bat the shortstop, number 2, Hunter Fiorito.
That'll bring up the leadoff man, Fiorito, who has a homer and a double in this game. Another update, I mentioned this off air, but IIT added another run. They now lead 12-9 over Dominican, that game in the top of the 8th inning. That is up and in to Fiorito, ball 1. Haven't seen a traditional double play all day, I don't think. This would be a great time for one. And here's a bouncing ball towards short. Going to be cut off by Sandoval. Only one play to make is to first, and he makes it. Well done by the third baseman.
Now to bat the DH, number 34, Jared Herzog.
So a runner on second and 1 out for Herzog. Herzog today, or I should say in this game, has grounded to second, walked, and then grounded to second again. I was thinking that maybe Matt Uba should hold the runner on here, given that we've seen Herzog ground to second twice. Bryce Vincent should probably stay at home, as that's just outside for ball 1. A long day here of baseball at CUC. We appreciate you sticking with us, if you are still with us, as we approach 6 hours of broadcast time today. As time taken.
Why wouldn't the last doubleheader be the longest one? It's only right.
It really is. Pitch to Herzog is inside 2-0. And the Rockford dugout is talking again. They were quiet there for a bit, but they've refound their voice.
Runner in scoring position with less than 2 outs will do that for you.
As that is inside 3-0. The 3-0 is on the inside corner, strike 1. Herzog disagreed, but is what it is. 3-1, 1 down. The speedy Peak is the runner at second. The 3-1 is fouled off, full count. Nice comeback here from Kerr in this at bat. That's fouled off. Herzog staying alive here, suddenly in a battle with Chandler Kerr.
Another one of those long at-bats.
It's been really the story of these games today. The 3-2 pitch is just high, ball 4.
Now to bat, the catcher, number 16, Christian Garcia.
That'll bring up Christian Garcia, the catcher. Few players walking around in the Cougars bullpen. No one throwing yet. But it looks like someone is headed to the mound right now and is about to throw their first pitch. So someone is now officially, as I say that, up in the Cougars bullpen. And a mound visit here for Chandler Kerr. From what I can tell, it looks like it's Vincent Sartori who is the pitcher up in the pen for the Cougars. Keep an eye on that situation. And Garcia steps in. In the game, a strikeout, a walk, and hit by pitch. Chandler Kerr would love a ground ball right now. That is outside, ball 1. The 1-0. On the outside corner, 1-1.
I think I'll join you in standing.
Yeah, you know, just whatever it takes to make you think you're slightly warmer than you really are. One from Kerr is way wide, 2-1.
Yeah, that was a breaking pitch, and he didn't have a grip when it left his hand. And he's fortunate that didn't have a more tumultuous result.
Yeah, that pitch doesn't go to the backstop because Zavoli was alert to it. Two one. He's in the dirt, 3-1. Rockford trying to mount a comeback here in the 7th. They trail by 5. That's a strike at the letters, 3-2. Kerr comes set, 3-2, 1 out and 2 men on. The pitch, runners go. It is flown into center field. Charging. This could be a double play. Throw comes into second base, and it's airmailed. I don't think Dewey was fully aware until he caught the ball of where that thing was supposed to go, and lucky that no further damage comes of it. It's just out number 2 in the end.
Well, that comes down to his teammates talking to him because you definitely don't want Nathan Dewey watching the base runners as he's trying to fly down a fly ball. You know, he's got his mind. You're focused on doing your job, which is catching the ball. They need to be out there yelling 2-2-2-2.
Yeah, because the fact that he caught that ball, brought it down, and looked up before making any motion to throw again tells you it wasn't communicated to him well. That you need to make this catch and immediately throw to second. I think that might be it for Chandler Kerr, and it is going to be. So we're going to get a pitching change here. at the Thunderdome. 2 down here in the 7th. Rockford threatening. Cougars trying to keep them off the board. Pitching change for the Cougars, replacing Chandler Kerr is number 33, Vincent Sartori. Coming on for the 8th time this year. He has pitched 6 in the 3rd innings, then given up 15 runs, 14 of them earned, 4 strikeouts and 5 walks. For the freshman from Crest Hill, he is 6'5". He inherits 2 outs and 2 runners on here on the top of the 7th. Just with 1 out to get. So that is outside, ball 1. And that out he has to get is number 25, Phil Highland. Highland in this game has singled and grounded into ending fielder's choices twice. He could theoretically do the same thing again here. The 1-0 is in the dirt, 2-0. The Cougars have dodged some bullets in this game, and if they were able to get out of this inning with no runs allowed again, it would probably be their most impressive evasion yet in this game. The 2-0 is outside, 3-0. And there is more movement in the Cougars bullpen as they stay ready down there. 3-0 is in the dirt. That is a 4-pitch walk for Sartori to Highland to start things off, and the bases are loaded.
Now to bat number 9, Troy Tucci.
Another score update from Dominican. In the top of the 8th, it is now Illinois Tech 13, Dominican 9. That'll bring up Troy Tucci. Tucci, who singled last time up. That's strike 1. An inning that began with a bunt single by Peak, who is still standing on third base. The 0-1 is in the dirt and well blocked by Zavoli.
Zavoli's had a busy day.
He has. That's why he's trusted back there, though. One and one the count. Bases loaded. 6-1 Cougars in the seventh. That is a strike on the inside corner. And Rockford do not agree with that call.
Nor do the Rockford parents who have so graciously joined us here.
1-2 the count. Well, hey, the umps are equally cognizant of how long this day has been. As I say that, and he decides we're going to take 5 extra seconds. 1-2. Sartori looking to get out of a sticky situation. The pitch.
Ooh.
So, I would have called the prior pitch a ball and that pitch a strike, but that is just me. We end up in the same place. It's 2-2. To Tucci. 2 outs. 3 men on. Cougars lead by 5, and Tucci wants time.
Here's one for you from the conference. Benedictine shut out Aurora in Game 2 of their doubleheader. 5-0 win.
The race for first place in the conference is on.
Aurora's got to beat them twice tomorrow.
It will determine where whatever team gets fourth place visits in the opening round. Ground ball, Matt Uba. Uba scoops to second. Was it in time? It was, just barely. And it's a fielder's choice to end the inning. And 3 runners are left stranded by Rockford. A huge missed opportunity for the Regents, but a great escape for the Cougars. Time to stretch. 6-1 CUC. Bottom 7. Cougars by 5. Looking for insurance.
Stop number 6, Matt Uba.
Matt Uba in this game has been hit by a pitch twice, the second one of which brought home a run. He has also singled. Goodwin continues on the mound. There is no activity in the Regents bullpen. He bounces one in almost for a strike off the ground for ball 1. Never a good sign when the ball ends up almost going in the strike zone after it's hit the ground.
No. Means it probably hit the ground well before the plate.
Slapped up the middle by Uba. It took a great bounce, though, for Fiorito, and he makes a nice play for out number 1.
Ground out to his counterpart.
Now to bat the catcher, number 1, Mike Zavoli.
And I'll bring up Zavoli, who has also been hit by a pitch that brought home a run. He has since flied out and struck out. Some stretching, some movement going on down near the Regents bullpen, but that might be to stay warm as much as anything. That's a strike on the inside of the corner, and the ump's calling that for both teams. I'm not sure it's a strike, but I think we're going to call that a strike.
I think it's late. It's cold.
Swing the bat. 0-2. Big Cooper Hines is on deck. Who had himself a 2 RBI blooper last time up. That went as an error.
Again, everything is tentative. That
shows you the importance of putting the ball in play, though.
Hit the ball, and good things find a way to happen.
1-2. This is a chopper. It's going to be a difficult play for anybody. Goodwin had it, then the third baseman had it. No one's going to make the play. Zavoli is safe at first.
Now to bat, the DH, number 3, Cooper Hines.
Cooper Hines comes to the plate to the tune of Party in the USA, which feels like a song I'm not sure I've ever heard played outdoors when it was this cold.
It's a summertime song, for sure.
Trying to make me think it's summer. Anyway, runner at first, 1 down, and Hines steps in to face Goodwin. First pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1, or near-ish the outside corner.
In the vicinity of the outside corner.
Hines swings at this 0-2. Alex Campbell and Justin Bjorseth with you on the call today. Sidney Palaskis-Lawher and Ryan McGee behind the scenes helping us out today. Shout out to them. And Goodwin's got him picked off. Or does he?
I think
We've got a balk has been called. Yeah, Goodwin had already stepped toward the home plate, and then he threw it. So that's a balk. And a baseball just flew across the field from where and to where, I have no idea, but it happened. That was weird.
Things are getting out of hand here fast. It's been a long day, guys.
The game is just descending into chaos. 0-2 count. Runner on second now. And Hines has fouled this off behind home plate. The count will remain 0-2. As that hits the building that houses some locker rooms, some bathrooms, the training room. Out here between the baseball and football fields. Again, this is the last sport. It's the last game for the school year here at CUC is this baseball game. And that's it. Everyone go enjoy your summer.
Congratulations to all the seniors who graduated today.
Absolutely. It's a big life accomplishment.
No small feat.
And if you think today is cold, the day I graduated college, it was about high 20s, low 30s. It was not a pleasant day in May to be outdoors. I will tell you that much.
If you thought that was cold, you should have seen not having a graduation at all because of a global pandemic.
And yep, that is definitely worse. Now lined into center field by Cooper Hines. Rounding third is Zavoli. He's going to come home. He is going to score 7-1 Cougars on the RBI single by Cooper Hines.
Now it's about the third baseman, number 29, Jaime Sandoval.
I'll bring up Jaime Sandoval. Jaime has walked and grounded out, flown out twice, and we've got a pinch runner as
it's Aiden Donovan.
Aiden Donovan is going to replace Cooper Hines. We'll keep an eye on that next time the batting order comes around, if it comes around again in this game. So it's a 7-1 lead for the Cougars. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Goodwin will throw over. He does not balk this time. It's honestly pretty clear for him to balk because he starts his front foot so off-center that the act of simply moving it central constituted a balk on that last instance.
Unusual for a lefty. But yes.
That's nowhere close, ball one. 7 runs on 10 hits for the Cougars. Rockford 1 run on 6 hits and an error. Rockford has stranded 10 runners on base in this game. The Cougars have stranded 7. Goodwin throws over again. Aiden Donovan is 4 out of 6 on stolen base attempts this year. And now we've got a lecture from the home plate umpire, and I don't know about what.
Colin Connor doesn't agree with whatever the lecture is.
And the ump's writing something down. If the Cougars dugout just got a warning,
that's
and Rockford hasn't gotten one for making noises as in screaming as pitchers are throwing, I'm really confused. I assume there was an objection made by someone in the Cougar dugout about Goodwin throwing over to first continually. This is a pitch that's called a strike. Niles Gall, the batter on deck. And only his eyes really exposed as he takes protection from the elements.
He's got the right idea.
Let's say my feet are getting pretty darn cold up here. 1-1 pitch is going to be called a strike, despite the fact that I think it might have crossed home plate at about Jaime's chin. Yeah, another noticeable drop in the temperature here at CUC. Hope you're warm wherever you're watching. 1-2. And that is outside. 2-2. We've still got 2 full innings plus a baseball to go here, it looks like. Maybe a little less than 2 if the Cougars hold the lead. Donovan, the runner at first. The 2-2 to Sandoval is high, full count. Again.
I feel like we've been here before, Alex.
You know, it does seem oddly familiar. Full count, 1 out, runner at first, and a run in the inning. The pitch is high, ball 4.
Now to bat is number 9, Niles Gall.
I'll bring up Niles Gall. Niles, as a hitter this season, is hitting .265. He's got 4 RBIs, 3 triples, and is 7 of 8 on stolen bases. He's got 2 on and 1 out here. Activity now in the Rockford bullpen as that is bounced in and the runners will advance. Big opportunity now for Niles Gall.
You thinking wild pitch as opposed to pass ball?
Yes, I would call that a wild pitch. Garcia's been back there all day today catching. I'm not going to say that it's his fault.
Well, yeah, we won't tag
that
that
at
on
this
him.
point in the day, he's having to dive all over the place. 1-0 to Gall. And he takes that high. And if I'm Niles Gall, that bat is staying firmly on my left shoulder until I am given a reason to pick it up.
Well, yeah, you got the top of the order waiting behind you.
And runners on second and third with less than 2 outs. Yeah, no reason to swing here. Ball 3. Try to see who's getting ready, but someone may be getting ready in a hurry down the line. It's another lefty. So 3-0 the count to Gall, who I'm sure has a solid red light pointed at him right here. And he does. It is ball 4. It is back-to-back walks, and the bases are loaded, and here comes Gary Maynard.
Well, I'll
Now
say
to
this.
bat the left fielder, number 17, Gary Maynard.
We don't know what the conversation was between the coaches before the game, but
However,
in theory, Gary Maynard could represent the winning run right here.
Gary Maynard, in theory, to Justin's point, could end the game right here. A grand slam by Gary Maynard could have everybody go home. The Cougars would probably settle for Gary just getting on base. He swings at the first pitch and lines it up the middle into center field. Base hit. 1 run will score, and that'll be it for now. Donovan crosses home plate. RBI single. Gary Maynard, 8-1 Cougars.
Station to station, and how about that from Maynard? Coming up after the last 2 guys have walked.
And saying, I know this guy's going to throw me a meatball. and squaring it up, and we're going to have a pitching change. So we will take a break. Bottom 7, the Cougars threatening to really put this game out of reach. The new pitcher is Bryce Henninger, a freshman from Green Bay, Wisconsin, making his 5th appearance. He has pitched 3 2/3, 5 Ks, 3 walks, and last weekend made a 1 1/3 inning appearance where he gave up 2 runs, struck out 2, and walked 1. And here is a man who has singled 4 times today. Do you get anything, Justin, if you single 5 times in a game? Do we have a name for that?
A nice day at the plate.
Fair enough. And the Cougars 3 runs away from a theoretical run rule victory. We saw the 2 coaches during that pitching change have a short conversation. I have to imagine whether or not they would trigger the run rule in the event was the subject of that conversation.
We will find out, hopefully, because I'd like to see these guys keep hitting here.
You say that, though. I only want to find out if they agreed that the game would end, not if the Rockford coach said, I don't care if we lose by 25, we're staying out here.
We're playing this till the end.
But
I don't care if it's negative 10 out here.
The bullpen moves would seem to indicate they don't think they're going to win this game. Not experienced arms going out there these last couple innings as Dewey takes again 1 and 2. Base is full of Cougars. 3rd inning today, we've seen this happen, and in the previous 2 instances, a run was walked in via a hit by pitch. 1-2 to Dewey. Swings and chops this up the third baseline, foul. .6:20 p.m. here in Chicago. We started playing baseball at noon today. We are in the 7th inning of game number 2. You can do the math at home. And it's gotten probably 10 degrees colder since we started in that time, too. So that hasn't helped. 1 and 2 to Dewey. Fouls it off. Can't believe we've made it this far without me saying this. A happy early Mother's Day to all the moms listening today. This is also your reminder if you were listening and you haven't bought that card like I haven't bought that card. Go buy that card. Another 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball gets away, run is going to come home, plate the plate, he's safe.
He sure is.
Jaime Sandoval scores, wild pitch, and it's 9-1. The Cougars have gotten runs in all sorts of interesting ways today. So runners at second and third, 2-2 count here to Dewey, who has gotten on base almost every time he's been up today. I don't have the first game stats in front of me. He is something like 8 for 9 on the day.
And he did reach on an error, too, so that you can factor that into it.
And he slaps this one toward the middle, takes an awkward hop. Second baseman makes the play, throws out the runner, but a run does score. Niles Gall comes home, and it's 10.
Now to bat, number 32, Bryce Vincent.
10-1 Cougars, and Bryce Vincent might have the ability to end the game. Two down here in the seventh. And I think a lot of people here are probably cheering for Bryce right now. Maybe there's a few guys in the Aurora dugout secretly cheering for Bryce right now. That's very high, ball one. They might not even need to cheer for Bryce. They might just need one more wild pitch.
Not out of the question.
Maynard is the runner at third. We've seen him be aggressive today. He was thrown out at the plate earlier. The 1-0 is slapped into center field by Vincent. Will it get down for a hit? Yes, it will. There's run number 11. Cougars by 10 on the RBI single.
And Vincent knows the game's over because he's not going back to first base.
And that is going to end the game, it appears. The coaches have talked. The umpires are going to confer. And the Cougars are going to win this one 11-1 in 7. So, a few orders of business here at the end of the game. First, Dominican is down 2 in the bottom of the ninth. They are fighting hard. We're going to assume they come up short there. That will mean that Dominican and Rockford both have 5 conference wins. And it means Concordia has 4 conference wins. So, folks, everything to play for. Cougars versus Rockford tomorrow. Stars versus Scarlet Hawks. Only one spot is left as 3 teams vie for it. Second order of business. This being the last broadcast of the spring, there's a long list of people who need to be thanked for all their work this spring in a crazy spring season. This is not going to be an exhaustive list, but it's going to be all the people who, at top of my head, definitely need to be mentioned. First of all, Athletic Director Pete Janan and Assistant Athletic Director Janet Walbert, who, without their support in bringing a group of us together, they brought me in this spring when things were a little kooky, so thanks to them for making this all possible. Our long list of student assistants, of production assistants who have made all of this possible. Kayla McLeod, Carter Gledhill, Julia Beers, Ryan McGee, Sydney Palaskis-Lawher, Macy Klein, Emily Balaban, Michaela Ellis, Cecilia Kahanick, Chandler Kerr, Parker Kelly, Grace Miller, Kate Johnson. They have all been such a huge part of these productions. If you've enjoyed these broadcasts, you owe them thanks just as much as you owe myself or Justin. Shout out as well to my partner on the call today, Justin Bjorseth, and Kristen Keller, the Director of Athletic Communications here at CUC, who has really gone above and beyond this spring in what has been a crazy schedule. It's been exciting at times, but it's been crazy busy for all of us. And while I hope to be back this fall, for now, this is my last game on the mic this spring. It has been action-packed. I've really enjoyed it. To those of you who have come up during games or before or after and said how much you enjoy our broadcasts up here, know that I and all of us really greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in all spring. We cannot wait, whoever we is, to bring you more CUC sports this fall. But for all of us here at Concordia University Chicago Athletics, I'm Alex Campbell, and we send you off this season with a Cougars win. Have a great summer, everybody.